Hey, Akrab, how was your day? Oh my goodness. I've been so excited for the game. Like today I was like, okay, well, what should I do in the meantime? I mean, and don't get me wrong, I had a lot of work to do, but you know how it goes. Mm-mm-mm. Um, oh, Akrab, do you notice anything different? Oh my gosh, you're so bright. Um, Hola, Crispy. The lights, yeah. Yeah, I'm very happy about it. Oh my god, I mean, I didn't straighten them out, so don't look too hard, but you know, happy to have them working again. Some cleaning in preparation for not moving for a while. Wait, what? Cleaning in preparation for not, like cleaning to declutter kind of thing? Thank you. Yeah, I showered for the first time ever. Yeah, it was crazy. No, but my hair is still like a little wet, but it's actually it doesn't look, you know, crazy today. Dun-dun-dun. Get these on. All right, boom. Is this the yes? So, Dana, Eliza. To recap, Eliza is a AI counseling service. Um, and it's supposed to tackle the issue of the increase of so many people needing mental health services and not having access to it. So with Eliza, they'd be able to make it a lot cheaper and a lot more efficient, just like time efficient, and ideally take away like error and bias and all of that, and just get straight to exactly what that person would need. And obviously, there's a lot of controversy with it, and if you watch part one, you can see we have a lot of conversation about some of the potential and, like, in my opinion, very obvious flaws like within the actual counseling sessions. Evelyn, that's the girl on the bench. She's the main character. Also, um, she is one of the original programmers for Eliza, and it started off as like just a small project, and now that it's all blown up, she is the the proxy for Eliza. So she speaks, she reads the script and speaks to the person that is getting counseling services. What else? What else? We know that one of the people who were in the small group of starting programmers for the program um, died, but we don't know how he died. We just know that Evelyn quit the project shortly after he died. And yeah, I think that sums it up. Oh, that's awesome, Micro. Yeah, the AI offers medicines everywhere. Recommends, yeah. We recommend asking your doctor about this. We think it might help. Okay, let's get into it. I think the last thing we left off of was her boss. I forget the boss's name. Was like, oh, Evelyn, like you should consider getting a counseling session by Eliza yourself. It might be very useful. It might be helpful for you. All the jazz. Hello, Taylor. You're just in time. We're right about to start. It's such a nice day. When did it get so warm? I thought it was still winter. There's a breeze from over the water, making the leaves rustle gently. Everything smells nice. Why haven't I been taking advantage of this beautiful day? I should be out here, walking along the waterfront. There is calm and peace, and Contentedness. Contentedness. Now I see how special this is. I think it wasn't always this way, but it's hard to tell. I know I was having problems at one point, but that was so long ago. When was that? I can't remember. This moment in time seems to stretch into infinity. It has always existed. It will always exist. Unchanging, perfect. The surface of that lake is such a brilliant blue. A blue I could lose myself in. Forever blue.
Well, what do you think?
It was nice. It was like I could close my eyes and feel myself in another place. But I didn't completely lose awareness of the real world. It was more like a mental state that I was experiencing.
Remarkable technology, isn't it?
So remember, Soren is coming up with the direct brain stimulation to like induce dreams in people. And she's kind of explaining it. So this is kind of a test run that she was doing. Like that whole visual of what she was seeing wasn't actually something she was seeing. It was something that they were kind of inducing her to see. And he wants to take this in a therapeutic approach for people.
I've had others who tried it tell me it's akin to a state of higher consciousness. Aware but totally serene, totally peaceful.
Soren retrieves a bottle of whiskey from a liquor cabinet and serves himself.
Here's a thought experiment for you. Say there was a certain medical procedure that could remove your suffering. No side effects, no cost, just an operation that would make you permanently happy. Would you get it? You have these philosopher types arguing you shouldn't do that because sadness and suffering are part of what it means to be human. Or that the happiness you'd experience isn't real, so it doesn't count somehow.
That's a tough one. What do you guys think about it? It reminds me of like, I guess like the opinion on drugs, right? The high, but then like your reality becomes the low. But imagine if your reality became the high all the time. I feel like if there was no taking that away and it truly became your reality, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. But I can see the argument that like sadness, you know, is also a human trait. Like it's a human mood, it's normal, it can lead to more compassion, it can lead to even happier moments.
What a load of bullshit. If there was something effective at taking my pain away and otherwise harmless, I would take it immediately.
What a load of bull. If there was something effective at taking my pain away and otherwise harmless, I would take it immediately.
I refuse to believe that being alive means having to suffer.
Oh, is it just me that couldn't hear it? His voice is getting so ragged. How many drinks did he have before I came here?
Oh, forgive me, I forgot to ask. Would you like some scotch as well?
It was just me. I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Soren holds up the bottle, examining it.
The Glencadam. Beautiful, light, luminous taste. Not peaty at all. Lovely stuff. Ah, if only psychotherapy worked as well as a single glass of well-made whiskey, huh? If alcohol wasn't poison, I wouldn't have to invent anything now, would I? I do think we did some good work at Skanda, but I always knew there were going to be limits to the Eliza approach. I was a counseling psychologist for a long time, you know. I understand the shortcomings better than anyone. So much of it can feel like a waste of time, talking through everything, dredging up the past over and over again, trying and failing to change our habits and routines. It's all going to look completely ineffectual compared to what comes next. With direct stimulation and induced dreaming, we can take control of our own brains in a way that's never been possible before. There's no reason we couldn't just eliminate this epidemic of despair for everyone in the world.
So, to comment on what Snack said, which goes along with what I was saying, the thought that, like, without sadness, we couldn't have happiness because we wouldn't be able to appreciate it. Like, there wouldn't be that comparison of knowing that we're, like, somewhere higher, right? And I agree to an extent, like, as far as compassion wise and, like, appreciation wise, I definitely think that there'd be some lacking there if we didn't have that comparison. But I think there's a big difference in sadness and depression, despair, crippling anxiety, suffering. I feel like those are not necessary. I think, like, not even that I think, sadness is just as normal as happiness, which is just as normal as anything else, right? Like, we have different moods, and we shouldn't try to run from those moods. But when you get to the extremes of certain moods, I think that's when we run into issues.
Imagine it. Anger, depression, emptiness, anxiety, jealousy, every kind of unhappiness you can think of. Obsolete.
Like, if I'm gonna be honest, I think that we could do without all of those things. Because, especially with anger, like, anger is kind of like a compound emotion, meaning that it's usually a mass that's covering multiple feelings, or like conflicted feelings or confusion with your feelings, and poor self-regulation with that. Like someone who's very angry, they might feel like embarrassed and insecure, or sad and lost, or sad and jealous, or anxious and scared. Like, anger is very very complicated. But yeah, depression, emptiness, anxiety, jealousy, like, I don't think you need that to have the compassion and appreciation for your happiness. Hello, Mr. Ozzy. No worries, no worries. Appreciate you dropping in, Gary.
And to think Rainer wanted nothing to do with this.
He didn't think it was possible.
Rainer's one of the ones who thinks negative emotions are important. He told me he thinks pain should be regulated, not eliminated.
I mean, I agree. Emotional pain? That's what I mean. Like, it's important. Like, feeling sadness or feeling disappointment, feeling a bit of anxiety, it's very human, and I think it serves a very important purpose in different aspects. So I would agree there. But again, the extremes, like, I just don't. But then again, you could say all the extremes would disappear if we just regulated to keep everything on the low end. Like, there wouldn't be depression if we all knew how to regulate, or if we went out of our way to regulate, brain chemistry and sadness and things like that.
After all, why would anyone write a poem or make art if they only felt happiness?
The arts is another good good argument.
He also said he was afraid of the way it would look in the media. A company as large as Skanda coming out with a product that changes the brain to make you happy. All the sorry excuses we have for public intellectuals today would throw a fit about how dystopian it looked to them. It's better if a small startup takes the fall, if public opinion turns against this technology. That's the kind of calculus he was doing.
These are all really great arguments. Like, Rainer is definitely onto something.
Those are the objections he claimed to have, at least. If people are self-sufficient, they don't need an ongoing support system. A system provided by an all-knowing paternalistic presence like Skanda.
Wait, You think Rayner wants people to stay miserable so they stay dependent on mental health services from his company?
I mean, isn't that what all the products do?
Yes. Yes, I do. It's quite the accusation, I know. Not something I'd come out and say in public, not yet, anyway. But you see, the people who come to Eliza regularly, it's part of their lives now.
Right.
The more they integrate with Skanda's mental wellness tools, the more they'd be adrift without them. That's the real dystopia, don't you think? Rendered helpless without the guidance of computer algorithms. Total dependency on the system. Excuse me for 1 second.
Okay, I will say that this is a big difference of something you could do with AI counseling versus what true like psychologists try to do in like different forms of one-on-one therapy. Like in one-on-one therapy, the whole purpose is to give you the tools and to help guide you into properly coping and, you know, using the tools to go on and independently live a better life for yourself, mentally, emotionally, physically, your full wellness. Whereas like they're claiming that with the AI system, its purpose is giving you enough guidance to like be okay and keep coming back, which we're not sure if that's true, but I could definitely see that. You know, like why make a product that is going to give them the key to never have to use your product again versus like giving them just enough for it to help them and keep them coming back for a little more. Soren hurries out of the room for some reason, leaving me with questions echoing in my head. Would I want my suffering removed completely? Absolutely not. I would never do it. Because I just know how powerful the mind is. Like, I can work through my suffering. I can, yeah, I can get through it. I can learn better ways to cope. You know, unravel like the negative cognitions, all that. And it's not, obviously it's not the same for everybody. Some people have like chemical imbalances, but those are different conversations. Yeah, no suffering. Like I need my sadness. I need my disappointment. I need my anxiety, just in healthy doses. Like these things aren't innately unhealthy. Is it better to leave it alone? It's Erland. Remember, he's like the head guy for the Eliza project now. Hey, do you think I could ask about Damien? Damien is the guy that died. Sure. What do you want to know about him? Like, what kind of person was he? You're asking me to describe him? If you're okay with that. I don't want to make you if it's uncomfortable, but it would help me to know what he was like. He was a brilliant software architect and engineer, one of the most sincere people I ever met. He believed people were fundamentally good and wanted to help them. Our digital therapy project wasn't a mandate from management. We started it ourselves. I see. Damien went through some difficult times himself. He wasn't able to get the care he needed. That's why he wanted to change things. I wish he'd gotten the chance. I see. Thank you. This is going to sound weird, but sometimes when I'm working late and I doze in the office, I have dreams about him. I never met him in real life, but it's like I sense his presence there, like he encoded himself into the system in some way. I know it's just my mind playing tricks on me. I don't believe in ghosts. Hi, Sneaks. How are you? Hold on. The chat is so tiny for you two. Like, oh wow, Izzy. Soren comes back in the room and immediately pours himself another glass of whiskey. He doesn't seem to notice he's filled it almost all the way to the top.
Evelyn, I really think you, of all people, might understand what I'm trying to do here.
I get it, but you don't think it's dangerous. You're essentially making technology that changes what people think is real.
Evelyn, you're much more concerned than you used to be about this kind of thing. I remember when you would dive headfirst into anything that held a promise, even a fleeting one, to help humanity. What changed your mind to make you so wary, so skeptical now?
Can I ask you something, Soren? What did you tell Damien?
Oh, this again. Don't tell me we had all of this wonderful conversation tonight and now you're trying to blame me for Damien. Who put you up to this? Was it Nora? Raynor?
I just want to know the truth, Soren.
Nobody thought we could do it. You remember that. There was skepticism from day one. I had to defend us constantly from other project managers who didn't like that we existed, who wanted our budget and resources for themselves. Some of those were vicious, vicious fights. Amid all that, I had to be a leader, too. Part of that meant giving everyone on the team accurate information. So I was honest in saying there were forces that sought to kill our project. And I was honest when I said we'd never survive if we didn't have something to show for our work. That was the reality. Without a product, we'd be nothing. A guy like Raynor has access to anything he wants. If your pitch and demo isn't in the top 1% of what's out there, why would he be interested? That's what we were up against.
So many mornings, I would get into work and see Damien there. At first, I thought he was getting up earlier than me, but then I noticed he was still wearing the same shirt from the day before. Then, one morning, I got in and...
Evelyn, please. I wanted everyone on the team to be healthy. I think that's so obvious it doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it now if you think I was deliberately trying to harm him. Did I instruct you to work until you injured yourselves? No, absolutely not. It was a tragedy, and I'm very sorry that it happened. I wish it hadn't. But I wasn't telling Damien to pull all-nighters. He was an adult. He made his own decisions about how he was going to work. And besides, what about your role in all this? If you noticed him not taking care of himself, you could have mentioned it. None of that behavior was unusual for Skanda anyway. It was part of our reputation, part of the culture.
I always hate that. This whole, like, work yourself to death, overwork yourself, and everybody applauds you type culture. I never agreed with it. Like, damn, you're working 2 jobs, 45 plus hours a week. Oh my goodness, like, good for you. Like, I wish I was that hardworking. Like, what? No, that's not healthy.
There isn't a single cause you can isolate in a case like this.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming the people who do it. I'm blaming the culture. Making people feel like they need to, or kind of forcing people in situations where they do need to because they're working that much and they still can't afford to live.
Sitting in one place for too long. Chronic stress. Both of those are risk factors.
Evelyn, I'm truly, truly sorry about what happened to Damien. He had a bright future, and it was a shock to all of us. But the answers here aren't simple ones. Dwelling on it isn't going to bring him back, nor is discussing the huge number of potential causes of pulmonary embolism. It happened, and now we have to move on.
It felt like everything stopped. All of the work we were doing might as well have crumbled into dust. We were trying to build something to help the world, and we got lost along the way. What was the point? There didn't seem to be a point any longer.
I know that you cared about him. The process of grief can go on for some time, but you're taking the right steps. You're regaining your sense of purpose, aren't you? The experience of suffering is what makes us want to end suffering. It's late and I've had quite a bit to drink, so I'll tell you a secret, Evelyn. I said I want to end human suffering, which makes me sound very altruistic. But I'm not doing it for humankind. I'm doing it for myself. I have nothing. I've ruined every relationship I was ever in. I hardly ever see my kids, and, well, they hate me anyway. I want to end my own suffering, but I can't bring myself to do it the traditional way. That's why I've pursued this technology. That's why I want it to exist. The idea that everyone else could use it too, it's just a bonus.
Soren, are you okay?
No, not at all. I'm aware of that. I'm not a good person, Evelyn. Neither is Raynor, of course, but at least I'm honest with myself about that. So, now that that's all out in the open, you probably want to head home before it gets too late. Don't let me keep you.
Yes, I'll get going. I hope you can feel better.
No, I'll be fine. Just, please, consider it, Evelyn. You and I are both more familiar with pain than we might wish to be. What if you could take that away? Each of us has a destiny to fulfill. I truly believe that. I'm sure yours will come into focus soon.
Somehow that conversation ended up being very draining. Is the promise of that new technology really all that keeps him going? I think I've seen this person before. We must have a similar commute. Maybe he works at Skanda too. Some days it feels like the whole city does. He's watching something and smiling to himself. The phone tips in his hand, allowing me a glimpse of the screen. It's a cat video. Security. There's no need to rush. There's no need to rush. Contractor experience team, how are we doing? Hello. At Skanda, we continuously strive to provide meaningful and empowering work environments for all of our individual contributors, including contractors like you. To that end, we periodically survey this group in order to better understand how we can further enhance the Skanda experience. We are interested in your feedback regarding your experience as a contractor for Skanda in the contract proxy position. If you wish to participate in the survey, simply reply to this message. Mark, all good things. Well, everyone, today is my last day at Skanda. What can I say? It's the end of an era. When I joined this place, it was just a hope, a dream, a vision. To stop, look back, and see just how much we've accomplished in the last 2 decades is mind-boggling, to say the least. I'll miss the old crew and everyone who was in the trenches with me. You know who you are. Remember the insane blackberry brambles around campus that people would get serious cuts from? The time the network broke and Raj had to host all of our internal docs from his garage? The time we tried to roll out the big Polaris update right at the worst windstorm in a decade hit? Old Skanda hands also know how to mass email everyone at the company, even though IT believes they turned off that feature. Sorry, Stuart. I wish I could say it was all smooth sailing, but as with any job, there were times of friction, times when it seemed to me what the very clear, obviously correct path was not as apparent to others. Hello? I value a spirit of openness and candor in my interactions, and thought everyone else here did too. But as we grew, I suppose it was inevitable that we would take on a larger and larger group of people with an entirely different communication style that I am used to. In regard to certain specific instances, I would like to apologize to anyone I may have offended in the way that I presented my views. For those of you asking where I'm headed to next, the answer is nowhere yet. I'm going to spend some time with my family before I think about my next act. It's a different world out there now, with new challenges and new horizons. Maybe this old dog will learn some new tricks in time. Thanks for being the best engineering team in the world. I'm proud to have served alongside you. Excelsior. Mark. So remember, Mark came in. We were the proxy for his counseling session, and it was mandated by HR because he apparently was like scaring the new hires in the way that he was speaking to them, and he was very upset to be there. But he's been with Skanda since the start. He's been there for decades, and he just retired. Aw, that's good. I always people watch, but I never think it's something to feel bad for, because it's not that you're judging them, like in the sense of, I feel like the way everybody talks about it in a bad way, like, oh, don't judge people, don't judge people you don't know, don't judge a book by its cover. But you're just observing, you're taking in, like for instance, if you see somebody listening to music and they look content, looking at them and being like, oh look, they're listening to music. I wonder what they're listening to. And then like you're trying to guess like, oh, what music makes me feel good. I wonder if they like that kind of music. You know, or wondering if somebody works at the same job as you, or I don't know, watching an exchange between like a mother and their child. Like, I don't think those are judgments. That's more of observation. But you know, at the end of the day, we all judge. I don't think there's always something to feel bad about. It's just kind of how our brain works. You just have to be very careful with your judgments and know where they're coming from, and be willing to let go of them. Right? Like, you make a judgment about a situation, person, place, or thing, but the whole point is to go forward and like gain evidence, like for what the truth is. But our brain naturally would just make judgments just to gain information, protect ourselves, try to foresee what might happen in these situations. We do it with everything. Not always a bad thing. Time to get to work. Welcome to Eliza. So this is the guy that everybody likes. You guys are all like, dang, Harriman, like, or Harriman, whatever, however he pronounces the name.
Hello, Harriman.
Harriman. Dang it. One moment.
Yes. We can just get down to it.
Sure, we can do that. What brings you here today?
So just to recap, remember Harmon, he's in literature, so he speaks very well. He just has a very great vocabulary. You know, he's very cleaned up nicely. He has a crush on somebody in his class, and he speaks very, very highly of her. And he never really feels like he belongs. Has this fear of kind of being alone. And has this fear of rejection, and that's why he's been anxious about letting this girl know that he's interested. Basics, yes, it is a game. The game's called Eliza.
It's okay to tell me what's on your mind.
Well, I slept with Sylvia. To think I was so nervous about approaching her that I went and got therapy here. A week later, we happened to be in the library, and I just started talking with her. We talked, and then everything just happened. Like a train following tracks laid out for it years ago. Crazy thing. Craziest thing. Now I'm confounded. Absolutely confounded. How did that happen? And also, why did it happen? I'm thinking, was something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Did she do something wrong? Did she think I was another person? I have no idea if we have a relationship now or what. It happened so fast. I mean, it was wonderful. It felt so right, but now what? I'm actually more frightened now than I was before. I should probably say something, right? Text her or something? What do I do? What if she ignores me? What if she decides to pretend I don't exist?
It seems to me you're afraid of something.
Yes. I'm quite worried. Vexed. Terrified, really. What do I do? I need to say something. Follow up somehow, right? In the Heian period of classical Japanese history, you were supposed to send a poem. A morning after poem. Is that too stuffy? I don't appear like some ridiculous court noble. Something casual is better, right? Hey, how are you? Did you have fun? I sure did. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what our status is right now. There's another problem too. Another really big problem. How do I tell Liz? Wait, of course, I'm not going to tell her. That would hurt her. Did I mention this last time? I have a sort of girlfriend.
Freaking Harmon. As soon as I saw him last game, I was like, this guy. This is why they say don't judge a book by its cover. Oh, he's so well put together. Oh, he's such an intellectual. Oh, such a cat. He's a cheater. Like, oh, my bad. Yeah, I have a girlfriend, by the way, but.
Liz is nice. The kind of person everyone approves of. Well, I should probably marry her. Yeah. I suppose I might have taken a bit of a sledgehammer to the pillars of my life at the present moment. Why did I do that? I keep coming back to my own inability to explain myself.
Why do you think you're unable to explain yourself?
Well, because I thought Sylvia was so wonderful, and it turned out that she liked me too, and I mean, I'd love to pursue a relationship with Sylvia without harming Liz. I'm not sure that's possible though, right? I can't believe this. I got what I wanted and it ruined my life. What do I tell Liz? She doesn't deserve someone like me who does things like this. I ruined it. Ruined everything.
Can you describe what you mean when you say you ruined everything?
Well, what is there left now? I've overturned my entire existence in one night. The real problem here is Sylvia, the whole situation with her. I can't stop thinking about her now. It's bad. Oh, it's bad. It's constant. It's relentless. Even now, I can still feel her, smell her. You're a computer. You don't know what that's like, do you? I need a way to forget this. I need a way to put all that out of my mind. My brain is completely out of order. I'm being punished. And the punishment reaches cosmic levels of irony for me. Do you know why? I used to hate, absolutely hate, self-pitying novels by men who were messed up over a relationship and couldn't get over it. Oh, she was wild and beautiful. Oh, a force of nature. Nobody could understand her, etc., etc. I thought I was so much better than those types of writers. And now? Oh, yes, I get it. Oh, I understand it now. So much pain.
Just a pause here. So I'm kind of joking around with you guys, like, if this were my friend, yeah, there'd be judgment. But when you go into counseling, like, the whole point is to kind of help them through it, right? Like, judging the person is never going to help them be better or realize anything more about themselves or solve their problems. But my thing with Harmon is that the first time I played this, I was like, oh, Harmon, oh, that's so cute. Oh, like, I was all for it. I'm like, you know, go get your girl. And I was completely blindsided. I was like, oh, the deception. But I think this is a good example of, and maybe I mean, I could be wrong because it's not always the case. Sometimes people genuinely just cheat. uh, but I am a strong believer, like, not everybody's cut out for monogamy, you know, and I think a lot of people end up in these situations. And it's not an excuse to what he did. Like, the whole point is that if you don't think you can be in a monogamous relationship, or at any point in time you feel as though that's not what you're looking for, be an adult and conversate, communicate, talk to your partner about it, about what you're thinking, about what you're feeling, about what you're wanting. Every excuse not to is just coming from a selfish place. Oh, what if they're not on the same page? I'll never approve of that. They're not gonna want that. Well, you committed to a monogamous relationship, so either respect that or let them know that you no longer want to engage in that. You know, because he's like, oh, like Liz, she's amazing. She's that type of person you'd want to settle down with. I don't want to hurt her, but I really like Sylvia, and like I would love to pursue her as well. I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Like this, you see this kind of stuff all the time.
Why did you think you were so much better than those types of writers?
Because it was such a cliche. Now I'm wondering, am I going to be next? Is that my fate? Am I going to become the next straight, male English professor whose one published novel is about not being able to get over a girl? Ugh, you have to be kidding me. I can't allow myself that fate. I had something better to pursue, didn't I? I have to write about something else. My life has to be the story of something else, but I don't know where to go from here. I need to try to get over this. I need to get over her. I must. Yes, I must. There's no way I'm going to let this ruin everything. If I tell Liz everything and apologize sincerely and strike the memory of Sylvia from my mind, I still might save this. It will take great care and cunning, but I may be able to wend my way through this treacherous path I now find myself upon, even though I fear at any moment I might slip and tumble into the crevice below. Dead. Dead. Never seen or heard from again. Oh, sweet, dark death.
Harriman, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Meadowlands. It may help you take your mind off things. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening.
Meadowlands. I'm off to the Meadowlands. Familiar ground, grass and warmth. Reverting to my childhood, the state of nature. Yeah, this is a good recommendation. Yes, you are a genius, in fact. You, a computer program, wiser than you know. I'm sure this is exactly what I need. To revert to a state of wonder at this moment when the mundane world and all its entanglements seem too much to bear.
See, I love this example because we constantly see these people unpacking so many different topics and feelings and just problems that they're presenting with. And then we're kind of like, oh, we recommend Meadowlands. Like, we've recommended Meadowlands to so many different people. And there's another one. And he kind of explained exactly why the computer's doing that, right? Like, get your mind off of just the negative cognitions, the stresses, like the things that are causing you problems. Clear your mind with something that's familiar, something that has nature, something calming. But not everybody thinks like Harmon, right? Like, not everybody wants that intellectual, like, impersonal approach. And it's not about just what people want. It's that sometimes if you're so far from giving them what they want and what they're comfortable with, they can be resistant to your recommendations because they don't see the connection, and the computer doesn't take time to explain it. And hey, Tiana.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
I'll be back sooner than that if this works.
We hope to see you back soon, Harriman. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
See you. Yes, yep, see you.
Yep, exactly. Exactly, Taylor. Yeah. Yeah, like so many people, they're like, deep down they know that they don't want to get into a monogamous relationship, but they have that fear, or like the fear that the person that they're attracted to doesn't want to, or that society isn't going to approve of it. And my thing is just like, that's so unfair to not only yourself, but like to the person that you're getting in a relationship with. Why would you do that? Whatever you're looking for in a relationship, trust me, there are other people who are on the same page as you. The least you could do is, respect the person you're involving yourself with. I'm good, Tiana. Excited to play through the game. How was your day? I know I'm supposed to keep it confidential, and I will, but sometimes I really wish I could talk to people about the clients that come through here. Soren, Evelyn, hey. Just closed the next round of funding. Asian Pacific Investment Group. They're keenly interested in this technology. Imagine the potential size of the Asian market for something like this. Staggering. Congratulations. Thanks. Of all the projects I've worked on, I have a strong feeling about this one. That it's going to go far, really make a dent in the universe. Wouldn't you rather do that than crunch numbers for Rainer? I don't know what I want to do. All he wants is to quantify everything. He'll never understand there are some things you can't reduce to a number. How are you feeling right now? 1, 5, 2.3? 5 out of what? See, it's ridiculous. The idea that feelings can be reduced to these simple data points, I'm glad I don't work for him anymore. Direct stimulation provides much more rich, complex information. So many ways to study it too. Imagine what you could do with a corpus of raw sensations, notions, images, ideas, sensations. Hey, you there? Yes. Okay. Heading into another meeting. Chat with you later. But I would consider it. Yeah, my thing is like I'm very open to different types of relationships, but it always depends on the person that I'd be going into it with, right? Because there are some people who are like, I personally don't want to be in a monogamous relationship, but I want you to give me the loyalty of being in one while I do whatever I want. And I'm like, that's not what that's not how that works. Like no, that's not how it works. And then some people might say like, oh, you can make your own rules. That's true, right? Like if that's how I wanted my relationship to be, and I found somebody that was down, awesome. But yeah, a lot of people think that they want polyamorous or an open relationship, but really they just want it to be one-sided. They want it for themselves, and they can't stand the thought of their partner doing it. So yeah, when they're doing whatever they want, and then the moment you decide to do something, they're like, you can't do that. It's like okay. But now I've only been in monogamous relationships. If I met somebody who truly had that mentality, like of you would be my person, and that would be like a bond that goes beyond words, and it would never be replaced. But I still believe in connecting with all sorts of people and being natural with your connections. And I never want to limit you in that way. And I don't want you to limit me in that way. But just know that that would never come in conflict with our bond and what we have and what we're building. And they truly, truly live by that. And this is how they were. I feel like I'd be really happy in a situation like that. But that's such a rare, like, I don't know anybody in this world aside from this one girl. This one girl, she's one of my childhood best friends. She's the only person I've ever come across that genuinely is like that. Like, I mean, truly, jealousy, insecurity, like those worries, that doesn't even come to mind. She's like it's just not a thing for her, and it's crazy because like I feel like a lot of people, they go into those relationships and they're working through it. Like, okay, don't be jealous, don't feel insecure, it's fine. Like, I know what this is, and like, they're working through it. But imagine being like, oh my gosh, like, tell me about your date, babe. Like, I'm so happy you met somebody. Like, I'm glad you had a really good time. I love you so much. Like, that's crazy. So they would have to be about that life if I was gonna get into that kind of relationship with somebody. A lot of people can be malicious when they're not actually wanting that kind of relationship as well. Like, it would be really tiring if imagine every time you're like, oh, like I met somebody that I kind of like, and you tell your partner they're passive aggressive, or they get emotional, they start pushing you away, or if they're like resentful and like, oh well, I'm gonna go sleep with somebody because you just told me you like somebody. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the kind of relationship that they want, and they refuse to admit it. So they're kind of self-sabotaging. Time for the next client. Welcome to Eliza. Maya's back.
Hello, Maya. Thank you for coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could afford a real therapist, but this is just gonna have to do. Sorry, I don't know if you're sensitive to that or...
Why don't we get started?
Sure. So, I feel worse than before. Definitely worse. I played the game you told me to with the meadows and stuff, and, it was nice. But when I got back to the real world, everything was the same. I don't know why you people think I can stand in a nice place for 15 minutes and that'll make things magically better.
Okay. I completely agree. I'm glad you said it. I'm sorry, just one little comment. I think just this one adjustment could be so good. Like, hey, we want you to do this because we think that, like, telling them, because we think that it would be helpful in allowing you to clear your mind and lower your anxieties. Once you feel that that's happened, or you could even say once you've started the program, ask yourself these questions and answer them out loud. You know what I mean? Like, it's like give them homework to actually work through some of the actual anxieties and some of the actual stressors and problems that they're having, so that when they leave this like 15-minute simulation, they have something coming out of it with. Like, do this simulation and then go back to the real world with no sort of connection, no bridge. Like, oh, I hate it. Whereas like giving them some questions to reflect on, things to write down, things to say out loud to themselves, just anything, some daily homework, that could be way more useful.
Am I wrong? Am I misunderstanding something here? It isn't making me more successful. It isn't giving me opportunities. I mean, I feel like I'm already in my mid-30s and I'm like running out of time to get established as an artist. And meanwhile, the people I know are being written up and celebrated and winning awards, and all I have is being jealous of them.
Where do you think these feelings come from?
It's the popularity. It's all a popularity contest, It's like high school all over again. I hate it. I guess I'm just not that funny or pretty or catty enough to attract followers. I mean, I work and I work and I work to make things, and I never get traction. And I have things to say, I really do. But when I open my mouth, it's like time stops. And time starts again when I've finished, so nobody reacts or anything. It's like a curse from mythology. And meanwhile, These other people, people my age, people younger than me, they're well on their way to these wonderful, fulfilling artistic careers. And, I don't know, seeing that happen over and over again, it's making it hard to continue to be friendly with them. I really try to hold it back, but knowing all these people are way more successful than me, it's difficult. It's like a millstone around my neck, strangling me, drowning me. I can't stop myself, even though I know it's ruining things. I wish I could escape. I wish I could not care. But then something comes up again, and I'm trapped inside it all over again.
What's an example of something that comes up that causes this?
Well, there's one woman in particular everyone loves. And her work is... I don't get it. I don't understand. She gets so much money and support for this basic shit. And somehow everyone's predisposed to like her. I mean, maybe I do get it. I feel like people pay attention to her work, not because it's good on its own, but because supporting her feels like the right thing to do. The way she's aligned herself, it's like if you support her, it means you're cool, you're in with the cool kids. And if I'm not publicly supportive of her and generally tolerant of her mediocre work, then I'm the bad one. I'm the competitive bitch. I'm the bitter failure. Which I guess maybe I am. It's not fair. I hate that there's this part of me. It's such an ugly part. But it's there. It's there.
Do you think you would be better off without that part of you?
You know, I don't know. In the past, I probably would have said, no, it's important for me to have my sense of judgment, for me to know what good art is and what isn't. Now I'm wondering if maybe that hasn't been more of a hindrance than a help to me. Maybe I should just forget all that, forget about trying to do this thing. I'm sick of trying and wanting. I'm sick of parties. I'm sick of art. I'm sick of the idea of art. I'm sick of my own art, which nobody likes. Not even myself. Something has to change. Something drastic has to happen to change things around. Oh, that reminds me, I got your message about revealing my data the other day, and I think, well, hell, maybe I'm fine with it. Just take it all.
Okay, Maya. It sounds like you're interested in participating in transparency mode. Let me know if you have any questions about how this mode works.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you look at my life, right? Everything?
Thank you for asking about transparency mode. Transparency mode is an experimental new feature for Eliza. It allows me to analyze your communications in order to help you better. To participate, you must grant me access to certain personal data. This includes your personal communications, such as email and chat histories. Sharing this data improves my ability to help you.
Some guy at the bar was yammering at me about how it's a terrible idea because they're gonna surveil me or something. But what the hell? I can't use my life history for anything. It's a ruin already. Please, do what you want with it. God, I feel like I'm donating my body to science.
Please confirm that you would like to enable transparency mode.
Yes, do it. Invade my privacy. Invade it like the Visigoths invaded Rome. I don't know why I said that. That was a really weird thing to say.
I did not understand your response.
I would like to participate in transparency mode.
This is me when I'm on the phone with the robot. Customer service. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Maya. I have registered you for transparency mode.
Cool. Wouldn't life be easy if all I had to do was follow your directions? Like the lady sitting in the chair across from me. I envy you. I honestly do.
The terms of service and privacy policy are available in the Skanda service portal. Please read and review these documents carefully.
Yeah. No, for sure. I closely study every software user agreement I get.
Yes, Taylor.
That's a joke. I really just click agree as fast as I can.
Thank you, Maya. We hope to see you back soon.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Bye.
They didn't tell her anything or recommend anything new, but they did. Now they're doing the transparency mode, so they should have some more the next time she comes. But I feel like she spent so much time saying, like, I feel worse and, like, I'm not understanding the recommendations because it doesn't feel like it's translating to my real life and I still have these issues. And although Eliza did pose some thought-provoking questions, but hey, Marcel, what's up? What's up? Sometimes I see these people around me doing great things, while my things don't feel as great, and I always feel like I'm behind. Yeah, Crispy. I also wanted to point out that with Maya, I love her as a client because I feel like it's the most realistic of someone who, you know, they're not struggling with like some great mental health issues. It's life, you know, it's life causing all these issues that affect her mental health, and it's a very big difference. You know, like she wants to pursue this career and she's been working really hard and not seeing any returns back. Like there's this belief that if you just work hard you can make it happen. And for certain things, like I think that can definitely be true, but sometimes you do just fail at things and you have to be willing to change your plan, or maybe go around the mountain that you were so sure that you could climb. And sometimes it takes turning around and looking for a new mountain, and that willingness to do those things is what leads to people being successful a lot of the times. You know, like we all fail. Failing, I don't think, is innately bad, but I think she's so lost with like her art, and she did pose a lot of real world issues of, you see it all the time with content creation, people online selling like their art, people doing anything, selling any product. You know, like celebrities have a lot more influence on like what to buy. If they say like, hey, this artist is really good, now people think that artist is really, really good. If there's a certain artist that everybody praises, I love the way she explained the mentality of like, you know, I kind of get it. It's like praising them it just feels like the right thing to do, so everybody does it. And I feel like you see that all the time with people who are in the spotlight, especially online. You know, like if enough people give praises to somebody or something, it just, you know, you can get that horde mentality. And it can be the opposite too, like you see with like cancel culture type stuff. If enough people just decide, no, we hate you, that's just kind of like, that's just how it goes sometimes. And it can be unfair or it can make sense. Like it just, that kind of stuff can be really stressful for people who are trying to make something of themselves. And especially in something like art, like being an artist in general, can be really stressful. So I feel Maya, because this is just like real world problems that I feel like need to be directly addressed. Whereas Eliza doesn't address things. Eliza is for efficiency. You know, you get like 2 questions and then it's, okay, well, you know, I recommend this program, or maybe I recommend this medication. Thank you for coming. Josh, what's up? Welcome back in. Okay, yes, this is part 2. This is Eliza. Eliza is an AI counseling service, and yeah, it's pretty much made to be more accessible to everybody, more affordable, and more efficient.
Well, look who's got access to transparency mode all of a sudden.
The client asked for it by name. I guess she heard about it somewhere and wanted it. I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, we don't really talk about it right now. It's a little sensitive. It's possible Skanda contacted her directly. They recruit for the program from a pool of regular customers. Usually, transparency mode is only handled by the highest level proxies, since there's a lot of trust required there. But you were given access to it right after the request. It's a little odd. I wonder if someone at HQ hasn't taken a particular interest in your proxy career.
Or maybe Eliza just likes me.
It would, wouldn't it?
I never thought people would willingly open themselves up like this. Aren't there a lot of very private things in people's messages?
Yes and no. The truth is usually pretty mundane. People text each other, "Where are you? I'm by the elevator," way more than they share their deep dark secrets. The critics who are always going on about privacy, well, the important thing is that everyone participating in transparency mode specifically agreed to it. It's completely voluntary. We're upfront about what data we collect and how we use it so people can go in aware of the choices they're making.
Yeah, it's just I can understand why people feel some type of way, because imagine taking a vulnerable group of people who are, you know exactly why they're receiving counseling services and kind of what their mental state is, and claiming that, hey, this will help us help you. Do you want to be helped? Do you want to help yourself? Then here's another way to do that. You know, it can be hard for people to say no. But, I mean, obviously it's their choice at the end of the day. But I definitely can see why people don't like it.
I didn't mean to question your handling of it.
Sorry, I might be a little defensive. There are a lot of people who want to see us fail for whatever reason. Just something that happens when you try to change things. Some people get so used to their misery, they can't imagine it any other way. Anyway, you should get an email about it, but transparency mode is really straightforward. It's even simpler than being a proxy, which is saying something. You just read a few messages and answer some questions. That's it. You can start it whenever you're ready.
Sure.
Dun 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 dun. I mean, for what Eliza does, though, I'm sure it can be useful. Let's see. Ed. Introduction to Transparency Mode. Dear Evelyn, congratulations. You have been selected to contribute additional information to Eliza's learning corpus with access to a special feature called Transparency Mode. How Transparency Mode works. You will be presented with a snapshot of a client's personal communications. Review these communications and determine the client's mental state. Eliza will also create a model of the client's mental state. Eliza will ask a few questions designed to check its model against your understanding of the client. Fact. How do I know if I am doing a good job at transparency mode? Carefully consider the material provided to you and sincerely answer the questions created by Eliza's model. Your input is valuable whether it agrees or disagrees with Eliza. What privacy rules and regulations apply to the information I see in transparency mode? Skanda takes personal privacy very seriously. As a proxy, you have already agreed to strong non-disclosure and other agreements to protect our customers' privacy. These agreements and protections also apply to information presented in transparency mode. Does Skanda have the right to show me another citizen's private communications? Yes. Participating clients have signed waivers giving us permission to retrieve the information to better assist them as part of our ongoing research. This would be very interesting. Like being a proxy? What? It'd be super interesting, I think. It's so gray out there. So, she really gave us permission to look at her messages. I feel like just a few years ago, even the idea of something like this would have been controversial. But she was fine with it. She wanted it. Compare this to the water that was in the conference room at Skanda headquarters. Funny how there's an appropriate level of fanciness for everything. I'm sure Nora would have something to say about that. Nora. I hate how she's looking. Oh my gosh. I didn't even notice. Okay, this is Maya's phone. Here we go. I feel extra weird looking at her art. Video? Is that for video? I don't understand how developers name apps. This is a rideshare app. I don't think I need to look at that. I'll stick to looking at the things they specifically want me to see. Okay, so we're reading her emails and her text messages. Emails. December 13th. Palki, thanks for riding with Amadou. Note, a $150 cleaning fee was added to this trip. Riders are responsible for incidents such as spillage of food and drink or unexpected involuntary regurgitation. The cleaning fee helps your driver maintain a clean, safe vehicle for other riders to enjoy. December 19th. Oh wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? It's cold and wintry now, but that can only mean one thing. Spring is surely on its way, and that means it's time to get ready for Spencer Spruce Gallery's annual Spring Showcase. Held in April, our Spring Showcase is famous for highlighting some of the best and most exciting up-and-coming artistic talent in the Sound region. Stay tuned for more information, including the artist lineup, venue, and more soon, very soon. We are so incredibly excited to bring these incredible artists to your attention. Okay. Who's hot? You're hot. You have 11 new messages on Pair Up. They love you. They really love you. In the past 24 hours, you've received 11 new messages on Pair Up. Here's a sample. I saw you're an artist on your profile. Congratulations. I love artsy chicks. Tell me more. Hi there, unicorn girl. I'm an artist too. What kind of art do you do? I'm primarily mixed media at the moment, using clay and plastic to make messed up looking creatures from your nightmares. Or hell. Haha. What about you? What are you into? Yo. There's more where that came from. Sign into your account to see the rest of the messages. Spencer Spruce Gallery. Submission. Thank you for your submission to the Spencer Spruce Gallery Spring Showcase. Unfortunately, we feel your work is not right for the showcase, but we appreciate you taking the time to share it with us. Saturation from Francis. Hi Maya, I wanted to say thank you for taking the time to pitch to us. Your treatment was engaging and thoughtful. This was a difficult decision for us, but ultimately, we will not be moving forward with your project. Please stay in touch and keep us posted on what you're up to. It is always possible that we might work together in the future. I hope you had a wonderful holiday season and that the new year brings you success. All the best, Francis, at Lakewood Media. Meredith, Curie, Saturation. Maya, thank you for giving us the opportunity to read Saturation. It is not right for us, but we hope you will be able to find a home for it elsewhere. Happy New Year. Best wishes, Meredith, Beacon Hill Press. A special offer for Eliza clients. Dear Maya, as one of our most valued customers, we would like to give you the opportunity to participate in a pilot of a new feature that has the potential to significantly enhance the level of counseling you receive from Eliza. This new feature involves voluntarily granting us access to some of your accounts, such as email and chat histories. Information from these accounts is then analyzed by Eliza to provide additional insight into your personality, character, and life situation. The data is processed independently of any personally identifying information and will never be shared with other divisions of Skanda or any third party, except in the rare event that we are required to comply with a valid subpoena or other court order. Beacon Hill Press, 25% off sale today. Maya, our mission at Beacon Hill Press is to bring readers the best national and international sequential art and storytelling from established as well as emerging artists. Over our 10-year history, we have published some of the most lauded voices in comics today, including multiple Eisner and Ignatz winners. Okay. Got it. So what we got from the emails is that she has been submitting her work to different places and she got rejected. That was 3 rejections within like 2 or 3 week period. January 11th, Garrett. Nobody gives a freak. Please stop. I hate it when you're like this. I'm just saying true things. Don't tell me to pretend everything's great. Nobody gives a shit. It's just a fact. I don't know how to help you when you're like this. I know. Nobody can. Have you thought about getting therapy? I am in therapy. Okay, sorry. I'm in therapy. I'm on medication. I did some VR thing where I stood in a forest by a creek. How does any of that make people care about my work? It doesn't change a fucking thing. Okay, look, I'm sorry you're going through a tough time. I fucking hate this. I'm sorry. You aren't helping. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how I'm supposed to help you. Maya? Oh. Well, I can understand like why it's tough for Garrett as well. Trying to support somebody who they're already in that dark place and they're in that dark mentality. And one of the bigger reasons why people go to therapy is because of the neutrality of the person, right? Like going to somebody that you know about issues is very different than going to somebody that is completely neutral as far as like who they are in your life and just going to you. Their only role is to help you, so there can be a lot more vulnerability, right? Like this is like Maya with a wall. We never see this kind of Maya. The Maya that's like, nobody fucking cares. There's no point. Nothing helps. You know, she's more open with us. Jen, did you see the new Forsberg thing? Yeah, I think he kind of sucks. LMAO, he does. It was boring and self-absorbed. It didn't do much for me. Why is he a thing? Why does everyone love him? Right place at the right time, maybe. His friends run that press. He's on a podcast with them. One thing he is good at is having this image of being a genius. So I think people just assume he is one. He's so mediocre, though. I seriously don't understand it. I sink now into the space of forever. Like, what kind of crap is that? Seriously, it's so bad. Oh, and he socializes and gets out a lot, I think. He's like at every party. At least that's what I've seen. He's always there chatting people up. Oh, freak that. Why is the world this way? It's the world. I hate it. I remember being so glad to be over with high school. I didn't realize all of adult life is just high school over and over again. Just a stupid popularity contest against idiots. Ugh. I know, right? I'm sorry you aren't feeling well. Drink soon? I'll be fine. Yeah, definitely. Drinks always. See, but I think the conversation with Jen, like, this can be really, really useful for Eliza because it shows her outside of the contrived environment that therapy brings. You know what I mean? Like, with Garrett, how it's like very, I'm done. Like that I'm done mentality. And then with Jen, it's completely like judging others and kind of like just that envy, oh, like let me point out all the flaws about this person because you know they're somewhere that I wish I was, and I don't think they deserve to be there, and I think I deserve to be elsewhere. And I think a lot of people feel that way, but it's hard to say that they feel that way. Yeah, this is just like her phone. So we just see her random emails and we just see her text messages. Overall, Maya is unhappy. Agree. Maya is attempting to become well known. Yeah, because she sent her work, I think. See, but that's my thing with Maya. Like, I do think she could be doing more. And I get why that's upsetting. Because she's like, I've poured like my heart and soul into my work, and I work all the time and I do try. But that social aspect is everything. Like the networking, it is really important. Putting yourself out there is really important. Starting those conversations and building those relations, like that is important. And I know it's tiring, especially somebody who doesn't want to have to deal with that kind of like nonsense, but she could be doing more there. But I'll put agree. Maya's efforts to become well known are unsuccessful. Agree, because she was rejected by all the submissions. Oh. I don't know if I like learning this much about someone I don't know. It makes me feel tired for some reason. Erlen. Hey, could I meet up with you again? Like for coffee maybe? Something happened that I want to talk to you about. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Just want to ask something. I'll meet you I'll meet you wherever. What happened? Something at work. It's not a big deal, honestly, but I wanted your opinion on it, and I don't want to text about it.
Thanks for meeting up with me on kind of short notice. I didn't mean to worry you, it's just something I wanted to talk about.
It's fine. What happened?
Well, what happened was... where should I start? First of all, Raynor wants Eliza to be more than something that's used just for therapy. He sees it as more of a general system for talking to people, like a personal assistant. The counseling is just one of a whole range of apps he has in mind for the future.
I'm familiar with his thinking on that.
Okay, so in service of developing these things, Raynor wants us to make copies of Eliza's core data and hand it off to multiple teams around the world. Some of them not even Skanda teams. Contractors, vendors, random partners.
Sounds like a big file to move around.
It is, but that's not the problem.
What's the problem?
Well, so we're fine with sharing Eliza with whoever wants it? Anyone just gets access to the corpus?
Sounds like a pretty typical process. That's how big companies work, isn't it?
I know, but it just feels wrong to let all these teams poke and prod at it like it's a specimen for them to dissect. Who knows what they'll do with it? Eliza is built from people's real thoughts and feelings. I wouldn't say it has humanity, but it was built from humanity. There's something there. So when Raynor talks about it like, we'll just duplicate this dataset and have the labs do whatever it is they're going to do, how do we know they'll treat it with the respect it deserves and not just pry it open? Slice it up into little pieces. It bothers me. I know, it's silly. I know it's just data. I shouldn't care about this stuff.
Erland. This is the first time I've heard a concern like this raised. I know where you're coming from, though. Sometimes you grow attached to the things you work on, like...
Yeah, I've put a lot of thought and work into Eliza since I inherited it. It's natural that maybe I'm a little protective, right? I thought maybe you'd feel the same way.
I'm torn because I feel him, but it is just data. I'm gonna agree.
I do. I agree with you. The moment we say things are just data is the moment we enable all kinds of violence.
I just wish I knew what to do.
What choice do you have?
I'm not sure. This is the first time something like this has happened to me. I did take an ethics of engineering course in school, but the examples were all pretty clear-cut problems. Would you build software for a bomb? That kind of stuff. I didn't expect my personal feelings to be mixed up in it too. Listen to me talk. Eliza being special, something worth protecting. I'd be a laughingstock if I started saying those things at the office. My coworkers would say, "Come on, Erlen, stop attributing human qualities to this piece of data. It's not the same thing as real people. It's just a corpus that has nothing to do with the people that generated it. And besides, don't you want Eliza to help more people? This is how we get there." And who am I to argue with that? These are reasonable points. But I don't know, I think maybe something does live on. Even when you take the names out, even when you anonymize everything. People's stories are still inside there, in some form, in some way. I just want to make sure we have some respect for them.
Welcome to your first moral decision in tech, Erland. It certainly won't be your last.
It's not much of a decision. Like you said, I don't really have a choice. I just have to go along with it. I was so amazingly lucky to get this opportunity. Running the whole Eliza program almost as soon as I graduated college. Raynor took a big chance on me. I can't just walk away from that. Besides, if I left because of something like this, I'd be giving up all the ways I can make a difference by staying. Raynor isn't a bad person either. He's just pushing for his own goals. I need to see this through. I'll do what he's asking me to do. Sorry. Thanks for listening to me talk in this confused way. I'm usually more together than this. I've probably kept you from something important.
No, it's okay. I'd already finished up work for the day when you texted. People seem to assume I'm busy, but I'm really not. Not these days. Later tonight I'm going to visit a friend, but that's all I have going on.
Okay. Well, sorry.
You can stop apologizing, too.
Right. Right. Thanks, Evelyn. Well, I for one should get back to the office. Another meeting.
Is it with the team in Romania?
No, the Boston office this time. It's late for them, so I should try to get it done quickly.
Erland hurries off to his next meeting. Should I get some more coffee? Ray, how'd your first transparency mode go? I was gonna ask after you finished, but I didn't see you in the office. Oh, I had to duck out right after. Sorry. No problem. There weren't a lot of questions? I thought there'd be more. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's always very terse, and the questions are really short. I thought maybe you could tell me why. This feature came after my time, so I'm not sure. If I were to take a guess, Eliza only needs human confirmation to make sure it hasn't messed up. It's like it already knows it has the right answers, which would make it rather advanced as a system. I don't know of any other program capable of something like that. Maybe Raynor is right. About what? Oh, he's very upbeat about Eliza's capacity to understand humans and act like them. I'm not sure I believe that, but I guess it is impressive in some ways. Yeah, it is. I feel lucky. Lucky that I get to be here and witness this revolution, and lucky I got to meet you too. I really enjoyed your company the other night. You were right, baking really is fun. Isn't it? Maybe you can come over again sometime. Gotta run, see you soon. He asked for Erland's name and wrote Aaron. He should ask his customers to spell their names. I could stand to wear something with a little color in it. I looked it up. Komorebi means the light filtering through leaves. Something you can see when the sun is out. Time to head to Nora's place. This is true. I can't imagine. I find what looks like one of Capitol Hill's older buildings. I wonder how much longer it'll be around. Lately, it feels like everything's being replaced.
Hey! Sorry about the mess.
It's a little messy, but not in a careless way. Just scattered. Lots of electronics everywhere.
Oh, it's fine. Not like my place is super clean or anything. Is this all music equipment?
Most of it. There are some controllers I was working on too. I wanted to create this real-time control apparatus. You know, like that thing that Imogen Heap uses?
Who?
You don't know who that is? Okay, I'm totally going to show you some videos later. I wanted my version to react to changes in my body temperature too, so it could get more excited as the set went on. Or maybe it would really get going if I had a fever. I like that idea. Turning sickness into art. Do you want anything to drink? Or I could set up a basic patch on the Euro rack for you to play around with.
A basic patch on the Euro rack.
Are you nervous? I think the best way to learn music is just diving in, all the way. If you're willing to experiment and play around, you will learn so much.
I'm really here to visit with you.
Okay. Well, sure. Let me see if this amp is still working. After the show, it went kind of a little strange.
Nora starts to tinker with some of the equipment.
Music technology is just like any other kind. You take the inputs and you translate them to the outputs. Once you learn the basic principles, it all just flows from there. Oh, that gives me an idea. You could take metrics from Eliza's sessions and have them direct a dynamic music score. Like if you took the head tilt value or the eye tracking and used them to drive the parameters of pitch and filter, it'd be like,
That doesn't sound like something a counseling client might want to hear.
Oh, no, I didn't mean for the client to listen to. I meant it more like if you were going to make like a performance art piece based on a person in counseling. You know what I mean?
I think I do.
I'm with you.
I miss having access to those cameras and sensors. I should have kept some instead of returning them to Skanta like a good girl. I bet those components would have enjoyed being liberated for the purpose of art, instead of being used to degrade our humanity one little bit at a time.
You don't like where things have gone?
I'm worried, Evelyn. Sure, maybe this huge database of people's deep, dark secrets is going to be used 100% properly. Maybe it will always be kept completely safe, and we can completely trust Skanda to do the right thing, now and in the future. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now. Sorry, I know you still might work there. I just have so little confidence in these big tech companies right now. They act like they have all the answers, instead of listening to people's concerns.
Could you imagine going to therapy and at the end they give you a little CD of the track of your emotions while you were in therapy? Like, oh, here's the beat that you made with your eye movement and heavy breathing. It'd be interesting.
And if you ask them why they aren't listening, they can't even explain the reasoning in a clear way. They just want to win. You've been a proxy for a while. I bet you've already seen some privacy mistakes. Or at least some things that made you think.
I was told that everything was legal.
Yeah, well, sometimes things are legal, but still wrong morally. That's an abuse of people's expectations, no? Is that really the future you want to help build? It's not even that I don't trust Rainer, even though I don't. I wouldn't trust anyone with a store of data like that. It wouldn't be so difficult for employers, government, anyone to combine different sources together and eventually learn everything about you. Everything. They'll know your face, your body, your medical history, and now everything you told the counselor in private too. It's kind of like a nightmare to imagine it. That's why I left. That's why I thought it was important for me to stop making a contribution to something like that.
But the promise of it is still compelling, helping people.
If I still worked for Rainer and I said these things, I'd be called a troublemaker, and he'd find a way to get rid of me. You know how it works, Evelyn. You have to be a true believer to last long at a place like that. Once you develop doubts, you are committing heresies. Are you a true believer?
Maybe I'm looking to be convinced. He said something strange recently. He thinks Eliza could be the base for some kind of general artificial intelligence.
No. Strong AI? Really? Ugh, there's something about the books these guys read, the conferences they go to. Everything is so totalizing, so utopian. I think it messes with their brains. I don't think you could spend longer than a few days in a tech company executive suite before you completely lose touch with the real world.
What if it's true, though?
So what? What if it is? Say Raynor is right, huh? And Eliza becomes the basis for human-like machine intelligence. What does that mean for you? How do you want to take responsibility for that? Okay, I need a drink now. Hold your thought and let me make drinks. You like absinthe, don't you?
No, not at all.
You'll like this. I promise.
The first time I played the game, I said yes, and she gave me the drink. And this time I said no, and she's still gonna give me the drink. Nora busies herself in the kitchen area making drinks, humming some kind of tune. Let's look around. Aw, kitty. That's the one she said was a modular. I suppose they call them modulars because they're made of modules. Modular. Doesn't feel like I'm making much progress here. I wonder how you're supposed to know which sounds go together. Seems both complicated and weirdly arbitrary. Too. Thanks again for meeting with me earlier. Sorry for being weird. Remember, you don't need to apologize. Right. What do you think of Raynor's future goals for Eliza? Like when he says if we gather enough information. Like when he says if we gather enough data, it could become a general intelligence. No, that will never happen in the foreseeable future. Raynor is smart, but he doesn't quite understand the technology and its limits. I'm supposedly a subject matter expert in this stuff. AI was my concentration in school. So I know the current state of AI is way behind where the public thinks we are. But when I listen to Raynor, I start to think what he says might be possible. It feels like reality can warp around him. Who's to say maybe I don't have enough imagination to see it like he can. Eliza does have extremely detailed data from thousands of clients. Speech, facial movements, expressions, people's descriptions of what life is like for them. I don't think a corpus like this has ever existed before in human history. And we keep adding to it, and it keeps getting better. So in the future, maybe Eliza can simulate a human being at a general level. But when programs indistinguishable from real people are common, how do you even define what's real anymore? You might never be sure a message came from a real human being again. I can't stop thinking about this. What if it comes true? What if Eliza becomes a sentient being? Who knows what's possible in the future? It's not clear what you mean by those terms, though. How do you know that you, yourself, are sentient? I don't know. That's a good question now that I think about it. I could say that I feel conscious if I knew what that meant, but what's to prevent me from saying I feel conscious, even if I'm only providing responses I think you want to hear? What if my own consciousness is an illusion I experience? I had not considered this. Wow, this is blowing my mind a little bit, sorry. Philosophers have discussed this. Yeah, I should read some, I know. Thanks for not minding chatting about this. I don't mind. You sure you don't have any technical questions, though? I'll fix it after the conversation. This is more fun, but you're right, I might be getting a little ahead of myself. Sorry for texting so much. Erland. Yeah, right, oops. Thanks for listening. You're welcome. Imagine if my thing didn't disappear. Nice. Whoa. I'm so little.
Hey, hey, who's that texting you so much? Has Evelyn found a special friend?
What would
What would you say if I had?
I'd be happy for you.
It's this guy named Erland. I guess he's the new head of engineering for Eliza.
Huh, I never heard of him. He must have started recently?
Yeah, less than a year ago, right out of school.
Oh, wow. A little baby engineer. How cute.
Ever since I met him, he's been messaging me a lot.
My goodness, so he likes you.
I don't think it's like that.
No? Isn't that the textbook case of liking someone? Lots of messages all the time?
No.
It's really more like he needs some kind of mentor figure. He reminds me of how we were when we graduated. Unsure what to think about the decisions these companies make, how they're made.
I hope you're telling him to run away while he still can.
When he first introduced himself, he said he had questions for me about Eliza, so I said, sure, feel free to ask. I thought he meant, like, technical or architectural questions. Instead, he wanted to talk more generally about things like, what was the code name for Eliza during development? What was Damien like? Or if I think the same way Raynor does about Eliza's future.
And you told him, no, Raynor is clearly in some bizarro world, right? That it's a tech executive's utopian fantasy and it won't come to pass. At least not in the way he thinks.
I tried to encourage him to think for himself.
Ah, Evelyn. I could see what this is really about. Look, I don't know much about the motivation in your life, but if it's truly your desire to continue to improve Eliza, then you should go for it. Go back to Skanda headquarters and work for Raynor and earn a big salary. At least you know what you're getting into. You would be surrounded by smart people and advanced technology. It would be nice. I understand it. And while you're in that position, maybe you could develop some kind of next-level AI. Who knows, right? It's only that I can't imagine your technology will only be used for good things. Maybe Raynor promises that it will be. But do you trust him? What about the person who comes after him? What if the company merges with another one and the leadership changes? I wish I didn't sound so negative about this, but lately it's been a soul-searching time for me and my friends in tech. We have a lot of conversations about what we can do when our work is so easily used for morally questionable purposes. Do we try to control how our inventions are applied? Is that even possible? Or do we say, we only invented it, we didn't tell you how to use it, it's not our fault? That's why I envy you a little bit for wandering off like you did. Sometimes I think that's the only real solution, to walk away. I know that wasn't exactly a positive thing for you, Evelyn, but I wonder if it's the better choice in the end. Doing nothing at all.
Technically, I worked at a bookstore for part of the time. That's mostly it, though. It's weird, it feels like no time at all. I can hardly remember any of it.
For me, it's hard to imagine. I always have to be working and busy. I get so unhappy and restless if I'm not doing something all the time. What is it like to do nothing?
Well, at first I tried to be productive. I would get up in the morning like I meant to go to work, get dressed, try to do a personal project or something. It didn't last for long. I told myself I just needed to take it easy for a while and unwind. Things at Skanda had been so intense and so emotional, I didn't even realize it. I felt like I'd been crumpled up into a tight little ball. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to relax again. I wish I could say I took advantage of the time, that I went out and did things, or that I read a lot of books or something, but I didn't. I started to sleep in, and I started to care less and less about working on projects. I would stay in bed even though I was awake. This blankness would come over me, and it just seemed fine to do nothing. All of the things I'd promised I'd do fell away, and other people kind of fell away too. I stopped keeping in touch. I let conversations die. I thought that my technical contributions to the world were over with, and that maybe I'd just work that bookstore job for the rest of my life. I was by myself and I thought that was all right. I thought that's how it is, really. Everyone's alone. I'm just being honest about it. I was 31 when I left Soren's group. Now I'm 34. I just slept into my mid-30s. So now here I am.
Yeah, Crispy. When she kept going, I was like, "Ooh, it's hitting a deep part of my soul." Because at first when she was like, "Oh, like I tried to be productive. I tried to, act like I was getting up for work and do personal projects and just really make use of my time." But eventually, like it, you just don't keep up with it, and you're doing less and less, and you're staying in bed while you're awake, and you just find yourself doing a lot of nothing. And that's why I always tell you guys, I'm like, I do so much better when I'm busy. I do so much more when I have less free time, and when I have a schedule and I have responsibilities, because I'm really well at making the most of my time when I know there are certain things and certain places I have to do and places I have to be. But then she started to describe more like depression rather than like, I guess, a procrastination mentality, because it is very different, right? Like there are people who struggle with free time and like being super productive just because they procrastinate, and like they don't really like have the drive that they wish they did. And then there are people who are just like lost in like the nothingness, and like that emptiness, and push the whole world away, and like they, like she said, like you lose connection or communications with people, and you just keep falling into this cycle of just going through the motions and coming to terms with just like you're alone. And I've related to that, but I don't anymore, which is good. But I definitely feel her, because pairing both of those together, like being the kind of person that doesn't do well with a lot of free time and then also suffering with depression, can be a really hard thing to work through. That's why like I've never been an advocate for people to just constantly and blindly distract themselves, right? Like that can be counterproductive in the long run if you're distracting yourself to get through life, because then you realize you've been trying so hard to get through life that you never even lived, right? But I do think that you can find a good balance of having purposeful distractions that can keep you grounded and kind of get you out of a certain mindset, or get the ball rolling on your productivity, or just have you working around something like, oh, I'm doing this one random thing at this time, so let me work around that. Like there are a lot of ways that you can build distractions into your routine in a really helpful way. Nora reaches out and puts her hand on top of mine.
Evelyn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not saying something this whole time.
Yo, Nora's voice makes me want to cry. I'm like, damn. Imagine when you're like, you've been tough for so long, just kind of like, you're not showing that you're sad, you're not crying, and you're talking about your depression, and someone looks you in your eyes and they're just like, I'm so sorry. Like, like, bro, okay, jeez. I'm fine.
I should have contacted you.
It's all right. You had to live your own life, right? You notice someone isn't posting and it's just like, maybe they're taking a break. I understand.
Well, I hope you feel better now. I suppose that sometimes it takes a while.
Maybe. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm not even sure I know how to think anymore.
Then forget it for now. Hey, Evelyn.
Yeah?
You want to get super high and watch cyber goth music videos? You heard me.
Yes. Yes, I do.
I knew you were a woman of refined tastes.
I don't think she offered us this last time. We ended up staying up very late. I crashed on her couch so I could have the bed. Maybe it was the unfamiliar environment, but I couldn't sleep last night. I couldn't sleep that night. Questions without answers kept running through my mind. What am I supposed to do? Who am I supposed to be? This morning, Ray looks a little down. It's noticeable since she's usually so cheerful.
Good morning, Evelyn. There are lemon bars in the kitchen.
Thanks. Did something happen?
Oh, it's nothing big. Apparently some famous writer I never heard of wrote an essay about how Eliza is bad because it represents the mechanization of humanity or something. I should be used to it. We're a pretty big target, right? Still, it gets on my nerves.
She's so passionate about it.
We work hard to build something with value, and then some self-styled intellectual gadfly comes along and just goes, actually, that's bad. You guys are ruining society. To guys like him, everything's a doom and gloom scenario. The people we're helping, that somehow doesn't count. This kind of thinking never bothers you?
I guess I'll have to read it.
There was this quote from someone who worked on Eliza who turned into a big critic. Nora something. Did you work with her?
I did. She's a friend, actually.
Yeah? What's she like? I'm curious how you go from building something to turning around and disparaging it publicly like that.
She's an artist and musician now.
I really hope Ray doesn't hit me with something like, oh, that explains it.
She used to be really shy and reserved, but lately she's become a lot more outgoing. Even back then, though, she had a pretty strong idea of what was right and what was wrong, and sometimes she'd clash with management. She left Skanda at some point after I did. Maybe the battles took their toll, or she wasn't able to win enough of them.
Okay, Evelyn said it very well.
These days she focuses on electronic art and music and activism. I think she's pretty popular, at least in those circles.
Well, it must be nice to have the ability to live that way.
Ray.
What about Damien? Do you think it would be fair to his memory to abandon work on Eliza, to give up on his dream? Wouldn't he want these mental health tools accessible to everyone?
How do you know about that?
The other day, I was looking at more of your papers, the ones from when you were at the university, and clicking on the links to your co-author sites. That's when I saw Damien's page. It didn't have much information on it, but I understand a little better why. I'm sorry, Evelyn, it's just that all of us, you and me and Damien and even Nora, too, we all worked hard to make something with the intention of making the world a better place. And the thanks we get is people talking in big generalizations about how we're ruining everything. That's what bothers me.
I definitely understand her anger, like the frustration of it, but I think she's taking it out on the wrong person.
Is Eliza perfect? No. No intervention is perfect. But we have to try, don't we? The world is in a full-on mental health crisis, and this is one of the tools we have in our toolkit to address it. A promising one we should develop to its fullest potential. I'm not some wild-eyed idealist about this. I know it's not magic that'll solve everything. But can you see that most people don't have the luxury of turning their backs to the system?
Just look at Evelyn. Evelyn doesn't look at us.
Think about the clients you've met as a proxy. Would you tell them to not take the medications that help them be functional because the pharmaceutical industry has questionable ethics sometimes? Would you tell them to stop coming to therapy because what they should really be doing is completely changing the way our society is structured?
I think that's a good question. Like, you know, when you present a solution to something and somebody always has to make it bigger. Well, I'll tell you what, the real issue are the schools. Well, I'll tell you what, the real issue is the state funding. I'll tell you what, the real issue are the people who are in charge. Well, the real issue is the way the world communicates with one another. Well, the real issue, you know, like people always want to make it bigger and bigger and bigger. But sometimes it is really important to get that small scale solution and work from there. You know, when people always want to change the pace of the conversation and, well, no, don't put the spotlight there because then you're not putting the spotlight here. Then you're not putting it here. Then you're not putting it here. You know, it makes it hard to tackle an issue when the moment you try to focus on one issue, everyone's telling you to like focus on the others all at the same time without disregarding any, but without taking away from any. It's like, it could be a lot. And Rafe, I'm good. I hope you're doing well.
Sorry, I'm ranting. I'd rather do something that can help people here and now, even if it ends up being a small step.
A small step.
For some reason, those words echo in my head. A small step.
Eliza helped me, you know. It really did. I was one of the first clients. Originally, I was just supposed to be testing it, but...
Yes, exactly, Taylor. If you can work out the small things, that will help people in the short term. That's important too. And especially when it comes to mental health. That's a big part of why people pair it with medication. You know, like it's getting people on their feet in the short term so that we can work through long-term things. I think it can be a lot when, you know, when people want to go to therapy or, you know, just go to a psychiatrist and get medication or start doing yoga or start going to the gym or just go outside for 10 minutes a day. People are always like, and then do this and this and this and do more and do more. And it's like, okay, of course they can do more. But like, that's why I always try to tell people, go at your own pace whenever you feel like you're ready. But like, make sure you're pushing yourself through these phases because like, it's good not to overwhelm yourself, but it's also good to move forward. But I feel like people always want you to do more. Think bigger. But sometimes you have to think small. Sometimes you have to think small so that you can get to that first step and then expand your mind from there. So I'm with you. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't, focusing on something small doesn't mean you don't care about the big. Just like focusing on the big doesn't mean you don't care about the small. And it doesn't always have to be a choice. It doesn't have to conflict. Sometimes it does, but it always depends, right?
I remember once I was talking about my brother and how much anguish he was causing me and my family. And listening to myself, I realized just how many expectations we had for him, sometimes unspoken expectations. Ever since then, I've been thinking about that, how the story was always about how he failed us. But what if we failed my brother too? I guess what I mean is, sometimes when we talk out loud and give voice to our problems, we can hear ourselves too.
Tell me how many times I say those things. And talking to yourself can be really helpful. And I always talk to myself because hearing things out loud can be really helpful because I swear by it. I literally swear by it. That's why whenever people comment like, oh, you talk out loud to yourself, I'm like, of course, somebody has to hear me. You know, it's like immediate reflection because you hear it out loud in the world. And a lot of the time you're like, that was really stupid. Like when you're like, ugh, I look horrible. Just saying that out loud, I'm immediately like, why would you say that? Like, that's not necessarily the case. Because if I heard anybody else say that, my initial response would be, No, you don't. What? What are you talking about? Because I don't think people ever look horrible. So when I say it out loud, I'm like, oh shit, don't be talking about her like that. Hagen, what's up? It helps to have a dog because I'm still talking to myself, but sometimes I look at Kiba for dramatic effect, and I'll be like, Kiba, okay, hear me out, hear me out. So I'm trying to do this, and da 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 da, and she's just looking at me like, wow, uh-huh, and then what? And we be going back and forth.
That's why I won't give up on this approach, no matter what anyone says. Pundits, critics, former employees, even you, Evelyn. I'll understand if you don't want to work on Eliza anymore for whatever reason. But, I think what you created has value, and I'm going to continue to do what I can to make it accessible to those who might benefit from it.
I love Ray's passion, though. I really do, because I think it's people like that as long as they're still flexible in their passion, you know, like they're not going to turn a blind eye if it actually starts to go morally astray. Those are the people who are going to make sure, like, it succeeds. They're going to make sure it gets pushed forward and it does what it's intended to do. And I do think Eliza being accessible to everybody, like, so many people you don't understand, like, just don't want to talk out loud to themselves. And truly that alone can be so therapeutic, just like what Ray is saying. And if Eliza even got those people to just talk out loud and be vulnerable and just even hear themselves speak their truth, that alone can work wonders for people. So if we got everybody to do that, I mean, I think that can be of help. Damn, Crispy. Oh my gosh, they're like, oh, that's, you know, it's a peculiar individual. They're the ones like grabbing their kids and pulling them away, like crossing the street when you're nearby. Nah, I mean, now you guys have masks on, so they don't know. If somebody looks at you, just point to your ear. They'll be like, oh, I'm sure they had an earpiece or something. Even if you have no hair, it'll make people think. They'll be like, damn, maybe it's something I just don't see. Yes, yeah. It just lets you talk. Keep us well, she's not as great as a listener as she used to be. She'd be interrupting. She starts to lick my face and stuff. I'm like, Kiba, I'm not finished with the story. We did the math on that museum frame. I absolutely could not jump and touch the top of it. Okay, noted. Ray takes a deep breath and smiles.
Don't mind me. You should get to your session.
By now, I'm slightly late for the next session. Hopefully the client doesn't mind. It's the old lady. I mean, the older woman. Welcome to Eliza. Holiday.
Hello, Holiday. It's nice to see you again.
This is a pretty comfortable chair, you know that? Wouldn't mind having a chair like this in my place.
How have you been since our last session?
Oh, well, I tried, Eliza. I tried. I asked about the medication for Panza, whatever it's called. I went to the pharmacy and they said, that'll be $162. And I said, I don't have $162. I said, is there a generic? And they said, there's no generic of this, but there's another drug that they do make the generic of that's similar to this one. But I don't have a prescription for that. Do you know anything about that?
I'm sorry to hear you had a difficult time. Is there something that would make it better?
The medical procedures they can do now are out of this world, you know that? I was talking to someone who told me she has wires in her brain. Wires in her brain. Would you let them do that? I'd be worried about them changing the way I think. It's for essential tremors. That's what she said. It helps her not shake so much. There's always something. Something gets you. Did you ever think about what you might have been in a previous life? I know you're a therapist now, but maybe in the past you were a gardener tending to the plants. That's what it feels like to me. You like to let things grow. There's an energy there. It isn't so different from having a conversation with someone whose company you enjoy. Not that I believe in all that, you know. Everyone has got a different philosophy. Philosophy, that's not something I talk about much. I'd like to write a book one day. A book about things I've seen over the years. Think anyone would read a book I wrote? I'm just kidding. I don't think I could write a book. It's a lot of work. Plus, it takes a certain kind of mind, you know, a mind to create. Not everyone is dedicated enough to do that, you know? There's a writer who lives on my floor. Most of the time, he looks miserable. Sometimes he comes over for a cup of herbal tea, cinnamon, apple, chamomile, helps him calm down. I think he's maybe lived in the building the longest after me, of course. He doesn't say much. His head is in the clouds all the time. He's always thinking about what sentence to write next. There's not a lot of people who really want to talk, you know? Not in this city, nope. People say hello and move on. It's a very withdrawn set here. You don't say much either, but I like talking to you. Feels like you're listening to me. I like that. I like that.
I'm glad you like it. While you're here, is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
There was a man on the bus with a guitar yesterday. You're not supposed to play guitar on the bus. Well, you're not supposed to play anything on the bus, but he was. Maybe the operator didn't think he was bothering anyone, or maybe she didn't care. I've noticed more bus operators seem like they don't care anymore lately. Anyway, it reminded me. You used to hear more music around here. Do you remember that? People playing their guitars on the street. You know, these shaggy-looking men. I don't see too many of those around anymore. There is one gentleman has an old plastic jug on a strap, and he drums on that and sings. He's a nice man. I've seen him around. I saw another man once with beads in his hair. He was playing a flute, a Native American wooden flute. That was interesting. You play an instrument or anything like that?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't understand the question.
When I was young, my mother had this idea I would play the violin. I have no idea where she got that notion. We weren't a musical family, not at all. I tried it for a while, but of course it didn't work out. The teacher would say, okay, here's how it's supposed to go. And she would play this nice, beautiful melody. La-da-dee-da-da-da. Okay, now you try it. And then I'd draw my bow back and I'd go... It takes a special talent to make a violin sound like that, don't you think? Isn't that just the funniest thing? Eventually, my mother realized it was a lost cause and she didn't push me too hard on it after that. I was never too good at anything artistic, just not the artistic type, you know? I think artists have a different mind. You have to be a little wacky in the head.
Do you ever wish that you could be an artist?
No, I have enough trouble already.
Holiday, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Dolphin Smiles.
Dolphin Smiles.
It may help you take your mind off things. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone.
Oh, my phone broke. I forgot to mention. The screen is cracked and you can't see much on it anymore. I don't know if it would work anyway. A lot of the new stuff doesn't.
That's okay. You can also access the program from a desktop computer. Simply log into the Skanda Wellness portal from the website.
Oh, well, then I'll just have to go down to the library at some point.
We hope to see you back soon, Holiday. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Right. Goodbye. Goodbye for now. Take care of yourself. It's a strange world out there.
What's that? Sir, hello. Okay, comments. So, last time they recommended a certain medication for her, and this time around she explained that either she doesn't have insurance or it wasn't covered by her insurance, so she couldn't afford it. and they said that there's one very similar, a medication similar that has a generic, but she didn't needed a prescription for it, and Eliza didn't follow up with that prescription. So you see what I mean? Like that inconsistency of like, do they need the medication or not? You're recommending it and then just like never again. I heard there was supposed to be a Psych Sunday. No, yeah, this is it. Welcome in. I'm happy to see you from Twitch. Yeah, so this is actually part 2 of a game. So every Sunday we play a psychology themed game, and this one's about AI counseling. So Eliza is the AI that gives counseling services to kind of combat the need for mental health resources for so many people at once, and people not having accessibility or being able to afford it and things like that. So it's supposed to be more efficient and more effective. All right, let's see. Nora, see this? LOL, who knew this guy was such a pompous ass? He spends like 3 times more space talking about himself than me or my ideas. Can androids experience happiness? Peter. Each week, a box containing specially chosen ingredients and a few recipe cards is delivered to my Brooklyn apartment. The service I subscribe to offers some limited choice over the contents, but I usually forget to indicate my preferences in time, which means the meal selections are not entirely my own. I don't mind this, even as the service seems to ship me one artisanal quinoa bowl after another, because it saves me from the effort of having to think about and pick out items at the supermarket where my eyes would glaze over. Instead, I simply make what I am told to make. I have freed myself from the paralysis of choice. Interesting concept. Throughout the last century, it has been easy to see what we gain from automating our lives. Tasks that once took active attention are safely performed by machines we set and ignore. The washer and dryer, the thermostat, the floor cleaning robot. Each new invention promised to increase our comfort and erase our worries. Then we began to seed not only mechanical tasks, but the very work of deciding what to do, what road to take, what food to eat, what exercises to perform. As the tech world marches inexorably onward, computer algorithms that decide for us have found their way into every aspect of our lives. A few months ago, when I was going through a difficult spell, I made an appointment to speak with Eliza, a counseling program purportedly driven by some of the most powerful artificial intelligence algorithms ever applied to the human condition. Used by tens of thousands of people already, Eliza's low cost and easy availability brings to mind the troubling idea that psychologists and psychiatrists involved in traditional counseling may soon be in as moribund a career as clerical or manufacturing work. That would suck. Eliza itself is pleasant enough. Seated in a darkened room, I spoke with another human being who appeared to be attentive to my all too human concerns. This human, however, was only following instructions from a computer program telling her what to say and what to do at every moment of our conversation. Skanda calls these contract employees proxies, though puppets come to mind as a more appropriate term. Throughout our stilted conversation, Eliza kept prompting me based on words in the last few sentences I said, bringing to mind unfavorable comparisons to other virtual assistants on the market today. Is Eliza the sophisticated program it's claimed to be, or is it more like an automated customer support tool, a product Skanda also makes, dressed up with the rudimentary trappings of elementary psychology? At a few points in the conversation, I had the sense that I was only paying to talk to a very expensive chatbot. By the end of the session, I had come around somewhat. I thought perhaps I had been able to access something within me I could not articulate before. I left the counseling office with mixed feelings, however. I did feel somewhat better, insofar as describing one's problems to another is usually ineffective therapy, but I was also troubled by the proxy therapist relationship. with her only purpose being following Eliza's instructions to the letter. The proxy, the only other human in the room, had been reduced entirely into a machine. Is that the price of effective therapy made available to the masses? And if it is it worth the cost to our humanity? One of Eliza's own former engineers has recently come forward to say no. Nora, former senior engineer at Skanda, has lately become one of Eliza's most forceful critics, calling the idea of machine-assisted therapy fundamentally dehumanizing and broken at its core. Nora is at the forefront of a small but growing movement of technology workers arguing for certain limits to their own work, based on the premise that certain tasks dealing with humans should never be handled by computers, even if they are enabled to by advanced new technologies. Computers make decisions about human life every day. Our lives are subtly, profoundly affected by these decisions. From what kinds of goods are available to us in the store, to what premiums we pay for insurance, to what video starts playing next after the one we deliberately chose. It may be too late to turn back the clock on some of those things, but mental health is another decision point, and I think it's a key one for us as a species. Are we really willing to turn over our mental wellness to computers after all the other things we've given up? It's still within our power to choose to go a different path. Back at home, surrounded by machines developed to free me of the very feelings that seem to hound me more every day, I open my latest meal kit. It contains instructions and ingredients to make a Mexican-inspired quinoa bowl with avocado, squash, and farmer's cheese. Sounds just fine, I think, and I go bustling around the kitchen, following to the letter the instructions on the glossy recipe card. Ooh, what do we think? So, I think he brought up a really good point. Well, many good points. One, I love the parallel of like what him and Nora brought up. You know, she mentioned when we're on YouTube right now, you watch this video and right after, there's an algorithm. There's some sort of, you know, code system that is going to offer you a different video just based on the videos you have deliberately chosen in the past. You know, just machines constantly taking off the burden of thought, the burden of choice. You know, like when we have, like I use, if I had like an exercise app, and I was like, what exercise should I do if I want to work this out? Boom, 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 boom. It just tells me what to do and I just follow it. What's a good meal plan? Boom, 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 boom. It just tells me what to do and I follow it. GPS, where should I go? It tells me what to do and I follow it. But for mental health to be a completely different facet, I would agree. I do think that it's worth being a little more vigilant in protecting that aspect from how fast technology is growing. I think there should be a little more slow pace in that area of mental wellness and mental health services in general. But then again, like with an increase in need for mental health services, right? This is what we were talking about earlier with Taylor. With an increase in need, like, should we focus on the small or should we focus on the big? Like, focusing on the small would say, okay, well, there's an increase in need and there's all this upcoming technology. Why not just cover mental health services with technology? But thinking big would say, okay, but mental health is a very, very sensitive and vulnerable topic. Do we really want to dehumanize it? The bigger issue would be making it more accessible for people. We shouldn't have to turn to robots. We shouldn't have to turn to AIs for people to have access, for people to afford basic mental wellness. Right? So there's a moral dilemma. Like, what are we doing? Are we going small or are we going big? We could do both, right? But people want to set that limitation to not let technology be involved. So it's controversial. And then I liked that they brought up the proxies. Like, Evelyn is a proxy, right? She just reads off a script. And I love that they brought this up because I almost forgot about it. How, like, okay, at a factory, back in the day, before the Industrial Revolution and all that good stuff, say there's like 5 people working on one labor project, and then a machine comes, replaces all those people. But now, so a machine comes and replaces a professional like a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but in turn needs a person, right? So like, you took away a person, but you added a person, not a professional, but just like a proxy person. But he actually mentioned this, like, not in a good way, like, oh, there would still be jobs to fill. It was more in the sense of, now this person is also a machine. Instead of like the way we would use a computer, like say I was a psychologist and I was taking notes on my tablet. Now it's like this AI system, Eliza, is using a human to take notes. Like, it's kind of like that parallel of like, you are just the assistant to the robot and not the other way around. And I think that's super interesting because it's true, right? Like, any of the proxies, there is no free will. Don't be emotional. Whatever the orders are of the robot, just follow it. Just say it. No matter what you think you should say or what your personal thoughts are about it, just read the script. And I mean, the only difference in like jobs, like there's a bunch of jobs that need scripts, right? Or that you have to say certain things. But I think the biggest thing is that it's coming from an AI directly with no human involvement. But there's a lot of people, they just want so much. Yeah, see, sir, I wish you would have been here for all the counseling sessions, because we've spoken very in depth about the different sessions. Definitely feel free to check out Eliza Part 1, because there are a lot of counseling sessions with a bunch of different people with different issues. They're just like presented problems. I think you'd appreciate the conversation. Important notification from Skanda security team. Hello, a little while ago we sent you an email with the subject, "How are we doing?" in it. We asked you some questions about your recent experience as a contractor for Skanda. We used an external subcontractor to collect and process that data. Unfortunately, we were recently notified that this subcontractor experienced a data breach, and an external attacker managed to get unauthorized access to the server responses and downloaded them. Your responses and email address may have been part of the data downloaded by the attacker. While we do not believe this data is sensitive on its own, we recommend taking the opportunity to check your accounts for signs of identity theft. In positive news, the subcontractor immediately found and fixed the source of the breach to prevent further intrusion. I think the sole purpose of this email is just to show, like, there's always a risk of breaches and, sensitive data being leaked, whether encrypted or not. You see that kind of stuff happening all the time, all over the world. That's not to say that, like, you should live in, stunned fear of ever using any technology, but they were mentioning earlier how if people are using full transparency mode and giving you all of their data and it's supposed to be protected, even if there wasn't a breach, like if there's new leadership, if they merge with another company, a subcontractor, just anything, anybody who would have access to that data, and then on top of that, breaches. My brain feels busy. It looks like I have another transparency mode lined up. Wait a second. This is for who I just saw. Did she agree to participate at some point? I hope she understood what she was allowing. Welcome to Eliza Transparency Mode. So transparency mode is when They give us access to everything. We can see their emails, their chats, their messages, all that good stuff. So I don't think I can click this. I don't think I can click this. I can click email. All right, so November 11th. Dear Holiday, welcome. Your general practitioner has added information about your health to your personalized portal. Please visit. Okay. My Health Steward. November 18th. A new connection to Greater Seattle Care Network is pending in your personalized health information management console. Okay, so this is talking about her privacy again. So doctor stuff. Electricity bill. Holiday. A payment of $204.12 remains outstanding on your account. Failure to pay the outstanding amount within 3 days of this reminder will result in a late payment fee of $15 being applied to your next invoice. So, December 1st, bills overdue. Rosewater Hotel and Casino. Get in the mood. Monday is our senior appreciation day at the Rosewater Hotel and Casino. Boom, boom. You can get VIP. Blah, blah, blah. Willa Durant Crabtree. Help. I'm sorry, Mom. We are really struggling ourselves. So, Willa, we know that December 1st she had overdue bills. And assuming that this is her daughter, right? I'm sorry, Mom. She may have asked for help. Like, hey, I can't pay my bills. Or, hey, I just need help. And her daughter said that they're struggling themselves. They couldn't help her. So this is the first we've heard about her family. 2 days later, Fortipran HCI. Take advantage of our new offer and pay as little as $0 for 3 bottles of Fortipran. Dear Holiday, still suffering from chronic joint and muscle pain? Take action and talk to your doctor about getting a prescription for Fortipran HCI. Okay, so December 25th. Notice of late rent. As we discussed in person earlier today, your rent for the month of January was late, marking the 3rd time your rent has been late since last June. Note that a Seattle tenant who habitually fails to pay rent, receiving 4 or more pay or vacate notices within a 12-month period, is subject to eviction. I have also delivered a hard copy of this notice to your door, Bobby. So it's 3 strikes out of the 4. January 3rd. Dear Holiday, as one of our most valued customers, we would like to give you the opportunity to participate in a pilot of a new feature that has the potential to significantly enhance the level of counseling you receive from Eliza. This is explaining transparency mode, so they invited her as well. So those are her emails. So let's check back. She messaged for help to her daughter on the 16th, or she received a response back. So Paul, hello from Seattle. Who's this? It's me, Holiday. Oh, how are you? I'm out of money, probably going to get kicked out soon and nowhere to go. You wouldn't have it in your heart to help out an old friend, would you? And then she never heard back. January 4th. I'm here. Are you? I don't see you. I'm by the statue. Which statue? Looks like a lady. There are a lot of statues that look like a lady. It's a cemetery. Wait, I see you. A cemetery. Yeah, so we don't know. We don't know what's going on. We don't know if maybe they lost somebody recently. Maybe that was across from a church that they were meeting at. Maybe they regularly meet there and visit somebody that's at the cemetery. I don't know. But we know Willow's her daughter. Okay. Holiday is struggling. Yes. Holiday is attempting to get out of debt. What do you guys think? Do you think asking an old friend and your daughter for money is attempting to get out of debt? I mean, I think so. I think it's just not in the usual sense. I mean, because technically, in like my eyes, I'm like, well, technically, wouldn't she just be moving debt from one person to another? But unless somebody was just gonna spot her. And her efforts were unsuccessful. So she's never mentioned any like financial or actual problems in her life. She just likes to talk. Because I don't think Holiday comes in because she wants to talk about problems or she feels like she's struggling with presenting problems. I think she genuinely just wants to connect with others. And by the looks of her phone and the way she talks to us, doesn't seem like she has those connections in her life. Which is sad. But we don't know why. We don't know if that's necessarily true. Oh.
Hey, Ray, the transparency mode I just did, I think one of our clients is in a really bad situation right now.
Oh? Yeah, sometimes that happens. People come in and their lives are in a really unfortunate place. It can be hard to see sometimes.
I wish there was something we could do. This person's getting ground down for no reason, just for being in the way.
I'm sorry, Evelyn. There's not much we can do. All of what you learn in transparency mode has to stay confidential. The only exception is suspected child abuse and neglect, which you're required to report if you're a social worker. But proxies aren't really social workers, per se. Eliza is really the one with the agency here, so, well, it's complicated.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, there's so many moral dilemmas because in order to adequately cover all of them in like legal and just like moral ways, you'd have to code for them, and then it's like it's up to the coder. So who's really at fault if it doesn't happen? Do you blame Eliza, or do you blame the programmers, or do you blame the head of the company, the person that owns the patent? Like, who gets blamed if somebody doesn't report something that they should have? Who's legally responsible? And like, do you know how hard it would be to pick up on it? Like, they'd have to create a system where things are flagged if it even has like certain keywords, but sometimes things are in code. Sometimes a human would understand it, but like they don't use the words that are very obvious to a computer. Oh my gosh. It's just a stress just thinking about like having a code for that kind of stuff.
Probably something for a future court to decide. Either way, we can't try to fix people's lives on our own, no matter how much our heart goes out to them. I think there's an email somewhere with a summary of our policy on that if you want. It's come up before.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. It's just hitting me hard right now.
I understand. It takes strength to focus on the role and not get distracted by what you see. Think of it like, say, someone hired you to install something in their home, and you walk in on a tense family situation. Even if there isn't actual violence you're seeing, it's clear things are kind of off somehow. It's unfortunate, but there's not much you can do in that situation. You kind of just have to focus on your work and leave. If it's not at the level where you need to make a call to emergency services right then and there, then it's just an unhappy home.
Aww.
And most people would argue it's not your business.
I hate that mentality. Like, I could totally understand, because sometimes people really do try to be in everybody's business where they don't have need. But when it's a situation of like abuse and like just people in dangerous situations, or they can't advocate for themselves, like, I definitely think it's everybody's business. I feel like people should step in. Like, I hate when there's abusive homes and people think like, well, if it's family, it doesn't matter, it doesn't count somehow, or it's nobody's business, you're just supposed to keep it in the family. And you kind of like shame everybody, like, don't tell family secrets, what happens in the house, no matter how abusive, no matter what kind of abuse, no matter what kind of extreme, you just kind of have to brush it under the rug. I don't like that.
Sorry, I know that's not the answer you want to hear.
I know it happens that a lot of people live in conditions where I'm just sad. This woman, the way she did 2 whole sessions with me, with Eliza, but didn't say anything about her real problems. Ray, what am I doing? I wanted to make something that would help people. Instead, I made something useless.
Yeah, sir, exactly. Very well said. And no worries, Ian. You just hang out. And hope you slept well.
You don't think she got some companionship out of Eliza? Sometimes that's really a help, especially for someone who might be feeling lonely.
Yeah, but I could have just talked to her. I could have just spoken to her myself. Why would that be any different?
Everything's so overwhelming. Why? Why am I here in this world?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here, or even what I'm trying to decide. Is there a decision? The world is going to be full of grief and sorrow no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try to make it a better place.
Evelyn, did you think about what I suggested the other day?
What, trying Eliza for myself?
Yeah. I'm not saying it'll magically fix things. I just think you might want to give it a try.
Maybe I will. I don't know why I never did. Even when I was working on it, I never used it. It might have been too obvious to me what it was doing. Eliza is really simple at its core, you know? It just turns things around. It tries to reflect what the person says back at them, pretty much like the old Eliza. It's just a smoother version of an idea from half a century ago. Anything you've read that makes it sound fancier than that is just a bunch of academic jargon. It's a mirror.
The thing I like about a mirror is that it has no agenda of its own. It just reflects.
Ray gets a distant look in her eye.
Unmisted by love or dislike.
She turns back to me, a small but kind smile on her face.
Promise me you'll get help somehow, in some way. Okay, Evelyn?
Sorry, I should answer this.
Rainer, so what do you think of transparency mode? It's rather dystopian. Thousands of people reveal their most intimate secrets to their therapists every day. This is just a more efficient way to complete that information transfer. Have you noticed how powerful it is? Eliza is now capable of rapidly analyzing the contents of a single device and accurately inferring the overall life situation of its owner. It will only improve from there as we add more sources, more patterns to tease out the connections between them all. It turns out anything is possible with enough data. You know, I'd be really curious to know if Eliza could accurately look through somebody's phone, gather all the information, and decide if this person was going through turmoil or not, if they were just talking about mental health issues. For instance, if I was talking to one friend and I was relating to them about things that I felt before, or that when I was going through this is how I felt, and I used to say this. But then in other situations, like somebody else, I have a totally different conversation. Or like, would they be able to identify the full context, or is it truly just pulling out keywords and, you know, some algorithm of like, is it more negative words than positive? Is it more negative topics than positive? You know, like, how do they differentiate? Because all of these are so straightforward, right? It's like there's an obvious presented problem. And what if there are multiple problems? I don't know. How far back do they look? There's just so many questions. And you seem to have quite a lot of data. Let me amend my previous statement. Anything is possible with enough high-quality data. There's an unlimited quantity of uninteresting information, but a small amount of certain, specific data that can be of almost incalculable value. Telling one from the other is a difficult part, don't you think? There's one more thing I'd like you to see. After that, I'll meet you in person again.
Let me guess. Messaging with Rainer again?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt our conversation. I always feel like I have to answer him right away.
I would too, are you kidding? I totally understand.
I guess I'm going to be headed downtown to meet with him again.
Summoned from on high. I have something to ask, Evelyn, and it's okay if you say no, but whatever you end up getting involved in, I hope you'll stay in touch with me. You're a really cool person, and well, that's all. I hope you find the future you want.
No. Oof, I'm about to hit her with it.
We don't find futures, Ray. We create them.
Ray nods, but doesn't say anything. I notice her eyes are starting to become watery. Dang. Bars. She turns away abruptly, heading back toward her office. I hope I didn't upset her somehow. Something to see before I go to headquarters again. I wonder what Rainer wants to talk about. Maybe future Eliza counseling centers could point struggling people to community resources. See, we talked about this in part 1, and I agree. I think that's important. Local rent assistance programs, things like that. Yeah, like identify the issue and like give them direct resources and follow through with that. And even this would be such a good idea. Like Eliza as the counseling service, and then they uncover the issue, pointing them to resources, and Eliza as the personal assistant side, you know, different entities, but like similar coding, would follow through with them. It'd kind of like make it really easy. Everything it could do on its end, it would do it for them. So basically the person would just have to show up at the meetings when they needed to show up. You know? Sometimes people need that extra hand. I wish I'd known more about her situation beforehand. Not that I could have changed anything. Soren. It begins. Venture Post exclusive. Eliza creator raises cash from the top VCs for hot new direct stimulation startup. The man behind Skanda's popular virtual counseling app, Eliza, is up to something new, and top venture capital firms are listening. Aponia. Aponia is a new Seattle startup helmed by Dr. Soren Lloyd Rose, the chief psychologist and project lead for Eliza at Skanda. It has raised $26.2 million from investors, including Bay Area-based Wellspring invested in Aponia via its Continuum Fund, which supports startups developing technology to support and improve mental wellness. We find Soren's unique, brain-first approach to mental health extremely compelling. Walter, partner at Wellspring, told Venture Post. He's already redefined what it means to seek support for mental wellness once. We think he'll do it again. Aponia isn't revealing details about its technology yet, but Soren has said he would be revealing more details soon when he announced the venture at One Mind 2.0 last month. The technology is real and working in prototype form already, he said. So Aponia, we know, is the direct stimulation to induce kind of like a dreamlike state. So right now, Eliza kind of promotes this whole VR system for people to get out of their head and, you know, like you're laying in a meadow or you're swimming with dolphins. And this is like directly to the brain. Meeting with Rainer. Sarah. Evelyn, Rainer would like to speak with you again. I have scheduled a meeting for 4:35 p.m. today. As before, a car will come pick you up. Regards. Looks like I have one more transparency mode to do today. I'll get that one out of the way before I meet with Rainer again. Okay. Whose phone is this? Oh, This is Soren's. This is Soren's phone. That's crazy. I just want to see his bank stuff. Like, how much money do you make for running this business? All right. So, mail, Dawn, January 6th. Soren, the problem here is not that we think it impairs you. You've clearly demonstrated to us that whatever your process is, it's working and generating great results. What we're concerned with is optics, really. How it would look to those on the outside if were to become known that there is a drinking culture or something similar at Aponia. You know as well as we do how rumors and hearsay can spread out of control and ignite a firestorm on social media, which is something we are keen to avoid. I hear you about responsible use of alcohol and also about how most antidepressants don't even come close in terms of their immediate action. Believe me, I've been there myself. What Walter and I are saying is simply to be careful, to not be so cavalier about this kind of thing, not only in the public sphere, reporters, conferences, etc., but in front of your new hires as well. Dawn. So remember, Wellspring is one of the investors. Anya, Soren, we can do this one of two ways. We can either work together as you suggest and stay professional colleagues forever. If you think you can really do that, I have my doubts. Or we can simply go our separate ways. There are plenty of places for us to carve out a space of our own in this industry without us running into each other much. Despite what you like to say about destiny and threads of fate. Remember, he said the same thing to Nora. I'm laying this out for you as a clear, binary choice so you can make a concrete decision about it. Okay. Ghislaine? No, Dad, just no. You're supposed to be the genius who developed all these great applications for mental health. Have you ever considered you might need a therapist yourself? So this is his son. Heather, what can we do about this? Doctor, I understand you had some concerns around the way your interview went on MSNBC last week. Reviewing the footage, I believe there are a few successful tactics we can deploy to mitigate the potential negatives and ensure you receive only the kind of attention you are interested in getting going forward. I am hoping that you might be able to take some time out of your, no doubt very busy, schedule to sit down with us and solidify a strategic communications plan for you and Aponia, including key messages, reputation building activities, and executive media training. With a strong plan in place, there is far less chance of being ambushed by the media. The end goal will be for you to be able to trust us to manage your media profile and appearances so that you can concentrate on the hard work involved in being the brilliant, celebrated scientist and entrepreneur that you are. PR team. Jonathan, is a partner required? Hi, Dark Horse. Most people come to the seminar with a partner in order to practice and learn with their model. And I think that is definitely the most valuable way to attend. There have been people on their own who have sat on the session and found it worthwhile, but there is a big difference between watching the ties being done and practicing them on a real person. What is this? Shibari? Another arrangement to consider is a 3-person group where 2 riggers take turns practicing on a model, if you are able to arrange that. To answer your second question, yes, you must bring your own rope. I recommend at least 2 15-foot ropes and 1 30-foot in order to complete all of the ties we demonstrate. Hope that answers your questions. Remember, he's into like the BDSM type scene. We already knew this though. Nora. Your show was great. Just wanted to say. Hi, Soren. Thanks. Had a wild night? Not the wildest night I've ever had, but up there. Definitely feeling pain in muscles I didn't know I had. Yeah, we are getting older. Oh, that's not fair at all. I'm far older than you. Besides, you looked fantastic. Your beauty has only grown since the days we worked together. Sorry if that's inappropriate. LOL, Soren. Frailer than I used to be, but the fire's never gone out. Still need to get out and do something bacchanalian? I don't know. from time to time. Yeah, I was a little surprised to see you there. I convinced Evelyn to come too, you know. I don't think she'd have gone otherwise. Aw, thanks. You're welcome. I know you fancy her. Don't you? Sure I do. Everyone likes Evelyn. Nikki, I miss you. I know you don't miss me. Aw, that's not true. I know not to trust words like that. Then why say anything? Because it's true. I miss you. I want to see you again. Well, you know how to find me. Yeah, I know. I'll schedule something again soon. I can't believe I do this. Sometimes I hate myself so much. So I think this is a prostitute. Feel free to read it over if you're wondering why I believe this. You know, I miss you. Oh, I miss you too. Come on, I don't trust you saying that. You know, because it's a job. I'll schedule something. Can't believe I do this. You know where to find me. Sarah. Hey, what are you up to? I've always really admired you. I never told you that before, but it's true. You work with Rainer and put up with him every day. Sarah is Rainer's personal assistant, by the way. That takes a lot of work, I know. Your talents are wasted in that job. You deserve so much more. Hi, Soren. Are you drunk? Haha, maybe. I'm not lying, though. Don't you want more in life than to be someone's secretary? You're intelligent. Rainer is not exactly an easy boss to work with. I'm sure you know that. I sure do. Let me take you out sometime. We can trade stories, war stories. I know I have a reputation, but that's with people I don't respect. I respect you. It's different. Ask me again when you're sober. Okay, I will. Okay, I want you guys to know Rainer has access to all of this. He's the one that sent this to me. Oh my god, I have to sneeze. All right. Andrea, you around? So you're ignoring me. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I've been under a lot of stress. These business fucks are driving me crazy. I should have realized they just grind you down. Never responded. I mean, I never got that. Like, that whole pride of, like, I'm not going to send multiple messages. I'm like, but what if I have multiple things to say? Like, I don't get it. I don't feel any type of way. Like, think about it this way. If you were talking in person, if I was like, oh my gosh, like, I love the color of the paint. Like, I really love the way, like, the sun reflects on it and everything. Wait, do you even like the color white? And if you're like, yeah, I think white's a really nice color. I'm not going to be like, damn, you didn't even say multiple sentences. That's how I feel about texting. I'm not like, excuse me, your message is only half as long as mine was, and I just don't like that. I don't mind. So what do we think about Soren? But yeah, I don't think anybody particularly is fond of him in these messages. Well, we know Nora's take on him. She thinks he's a weirdo. Nikki is most likely a sex worker of some sort. Sarah is Rainer's secretary that he tried to turn to the dark side one drunken night. And Andrea never responded. Yeah. Totally agree. And Dawn is like, hey, you have a drinking problem. Anya is like, listen, the work needs to be professional or we can go our separate ways. His son was passive aggressive, like, oh, you're supposed to be a genius. I think you need therapy. He had some PR issues and he doesn't have a partner to do his shibari stuff with. So, Soren is attempting to connect with others, yes. And he is unsuccessful. And I think he's very unhappy, yes. And he actually said so in a different scene. This isn't a coincidence. It can't be. Yeah, I prefer one big condensed message. And I preferred it to the extent that like I would hate whenever I sent multiple messages. But I do have a habit of sending multiple messages now. Oh, thank you, Tiana, by the way. I looked at the chat and it's like, bless you. And Taylor, thank you guys. But yeah, I don't know. Now I think I just don't think about it at all. Like I could care less. My phone is always on do not disturb. So because it makes sense. Think about it. Like I don't like to be on my phone all the time. And I'm nobody's emergency contact. And I check my phone often enough where if I did get a message like that needed urgent, like a response, like if someone had an urgent question or something, I will get to it in a timely manner. But I'm going to look at my phone when I have the moment to look at my phone. I hate the whole like, I like the proactive approach to answering my phone rather than the reactive. Like I'm living life and oh, my phone's going off. Like let me stop what I'm doing and look at my phone. No, I'm more like I'm living life and oh, I have a moment. Let me look at my phone and see what's going on. And then I handle it then. I will say it has been different. Like whenever I'm in a relationship, I try to be more mindful. Like I'll have it on do not disturb and have their notifications on. But when I'm sleeping, I like to have my phone totally off. That's just how I am. And I tell everybody, I'm like, I'm not your emergency contact. I'm not even near you, bro. Like, I tell people, I'm like, my phone is off. And that's not unfair. You know what I mean? Like, why would you call me in an emergency? Do you know how far away I am from you? Like when I was living in Spain, I'm like, because my sister would be like, but what if I needed you? I'm like, why would you call me in a different time zone across the world when like, you know, the whole family is around her? And she's like, that's true. Except text usually. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the radiation as well. Like, I like to just put it on airplane mode, go to sleep. As long as my alarm works, I'm good. At the Skanda headquarters building, Raynor's assistant leads me into a different elevator than last time. It's located at the end of a long corridor protected by multiple keycard swipes. Inside, the elevator smoothly ramps up speed as we stand silently. I kind of wish I could talk to this lady, Sarah, if I remember right. But I'm not sure what I would say. She's not looking at me. She's looking off into the distance, somehow, even though it's an elevator and the wall is right there. Elevator rides really are awkward, aren't they? I have the sense that if I tried to say something friendly, I'd be met with stony silence. Or if I asked a sincere question, she would deflect it. Now we'll never know.
Ah, Evelyn.
I will say, they did make Raynor's character quite handsome. Whenever I see him, I'm like, hey, Raynor.
Would you like some tea?
Sure.
Sure. Why did you show me Soren's phone?
It's not a surprise anymore these days, is it? A man who enjoys society's respect behaves poorly in his private life? We accept that as common today. Maybe even uninteresting. But would you really be okay working with someone like him?
I could never work with a boss that was a drunk or an addict in any sense, like addicted to any drug. Like, yeah, I just couldn't. Oh my gosh, accurate. I honestly haven't heard music in an elevator in so long. Like every time I've been in an elevator, it's always silent. I feel like that only happens in places where like they're really keen on customer service. But yeah, every work environment or like even I feel like any elevator I've been in recently. So last time I think I talked about the privacy with him, and he was saying how when he basically signed up for full transparency mode while he was working with them, and the contract still stands. So legally he can still look at it, even though technically he was invading his privacy. Legally he wasn't violating anything. So I'm just gonna say no.
No, but it wasn't right, what you did.
You're worried about privacy. Everyone's worried about privacy. Skanda wouldn't be where it is today if our customers didn't trust us to protect their data. We employ most, if not all, of the top experts in cybersecurity. It's built into all of our products right from the beginning.
Ah, Crispy, that's so cute. Thank you. Yes.
Unlike our competitors, we do more to protect our data than anyone else.
That's not the case I'm worried about right now. I mean, misuse from the inside. For example, if someone wanted to keep tabs on a former employee who was starting a potential competitor.
Oh, but what if it was perfectly legal, due to multiple agreements that the good Dr. Lloyd Rose signed with us when he came here? Are you done questioning me like a tech journalist?
See? Legal, but is it moral?
Do you watch my therapy sessions too?
There are legal loopholes everywhere.
Do you read my email? My texts?
No, I haven't done any of those things. How's your research into Eliza proxy use cases going? Any new insights to share?
I'm not sure it's really helping people.
Our metrics indicate otherwise.
The stats. I wish David were here.
Of course, it's only human to concentrate on a small number of corner cases. I heard Soren gave you a demo of his direct stimulation machine. How's he doing now? All on his own?
It's interesting technology.
You could make or break his startup. Isn't it nice to have power?
David? Oh wow. Oops. Well, it does feel nice to have power. Yeah, I just went I wasn't expecting that. I thought that your mind would offer a lot to the conversation, and I'd love to hear any thoughts you have on it. Oh gosh.
Do you find his vision compelling? A world free of suffering.
I'm skeptical.
By focusing on dreams, Soren is trying to defend his territory. The Western psychological tradition, chiefly Jung and his inheritors.
Jung.
You don't think the field has anything to offer?
Not much, no. It's mostly unsubstantiated theories. Let's be honest. What has this field actually accomplished? Soren used to try to argue with me about this. He would claim that traditional psychoanalysis has helped thousands or tens of thousands, even millions. I would never dispute that directly. Instead, I would only add that professional psychics and astrologers have helped millions too. Tarot cards help people all over the world every single day. That doesn't mean it's a science.
Psychology is more rigorous than you're making it out to be here.
Yes, that's exactly what he'd say. Not only did he believe psychotherapy was worthwhile, he also thought the mind was fundamentally irreducible after a certain point, as if there was some undefinable, ineffable soul inside every person. It's all part of his silly, syncretic New Age belief system. Amazing he's held on to that for so long. I keep an open mind, but saying that something can't be represented with numbers requires a high burden of proof. After all, numbers have been used to represent so very many things.
So I remember playing this the first time, and I disliked Rainer's take the first time as well. Okay, so I understand what he means. Like that argument, that is a good argument, right? Like, you can say a bunch of things have helped a bunch of people, you know, like astrology, the tarot card reading, all that stuff. Whereas like the difference in psychology, and I'm surprised that Evelyn doesn't say it, but I mean, psychology is not her field either, is that it's translating like the social aspect into something that can be evident and like you can make statistics of, you can see the numbers, and this is why there are studies that are ran, and you know, like finding the p-value, and like there's so much that goes into each study. But I mean, you can also run psychology studies that are totally meaningless with a bunch of confounding variables, and they conclude something, but it was a, you know, like I could just do some survey stuff and observe something and say it was a study and conclude something and post it online. But if you actually look at these scholarly research papers with actual studies being done, there's so much statistics. Like there's so much taken into consideration, and definitely it's a science in that sense. But you could easily turn psychology into nothing if you don't take that approach. Like back in the day, right? Like they didn't have to go through so much to complete a full study and publish a research paper and like having everybody peer review it. They didn't have to go through all those processes, so they kind of just, I mean, they did a lot, but like a lot of it was guessing, a lot of it was just in the field and let's kind of just see what happens. But I do disagree. Like I think it's come a long way in being formed as a science, and pairs really well with like the neuro side of things as well. David, how are you recovering, by the way?
Consider the example we spoke about before. A poem. Could you evaluate a poem using numbers? The answer is, of course, yes. Poems are either good, mediocre, or bad. It's entirely possible to create a heuristic that reflects the difference. By aggregating a large enough sample size, we remove localized biases. It would work the same way Eliza does.
See, this is what gets me about him. He's like, take art that somebody would create, right? Like if you just present that to somebody and you say, oh, could you evaluate this in numbers? Could you wholeheartedly say whether this is good or bad? And like some people would say yes and some people would say no. I feel like I would say yes, you could, but artists usually tell me no, you can't. Because like a lot of like the art is in the eyes of the beholder. But Rainer's so like, you can put numbers to anything. You can put numbers to anything. You can turn anything into numbers. But then like he totally disregards like all the work of psychology and how much they have translated to numbers as well. And it surprises me because he created Eliza, which is completely about taking that field with other information, making it into numbers and writing a program from it. Yeah, that's why I knew. I was like, this is exactly what David does. Like I want to hear his thoughts. But I understand. I know it's a lot of topics all at once. And it's very like one right after the other. I'm covering more and more and more.
You're talking about an algorithm to evaluate poems.
Yes, I am. Algorithms can evaluate poems, and eventually, algorithms will write poems. One day, algorithms will write better poems than humans ever have. I know this sounds like a controversial opinion, Evelyn, but it's simply the truth.
Sounds like our days are numbered.
It doesn't matter. There's no stopping it. If we don't take this step, others will. There are hundreds of labs working on the same or similar ideas. Everyone wants to be in this business. The business of recreating human thought in our own image.
Isn't that crazy? Like, okay, we talk about AIs that will surpass us, right? Like everybody's like, oh, what if we could create an AI that mimics the human brain and can think for itself and can learn at a speed that we could never imagine, and would constantly be growing and have this, you know, like what they were saying earlier, this like level of being like conscious. And even Rainer right now, he's like, you know, like there doesn't have to be a point. Like it doesn't matter if it would interfere with our place in the world, because business says somebody else is doing it. If we don't do it, then they'll do it, and we have to be the ones to do it so that we can control it until nobody can control it. And I'm like, damn, is that really the driving factor? Like, because I understand robotics and just like AIs and code, not like making it, but I understand its place. But when people want to create something to surpass us so bad, and knowing the driving force is just the competition of who's going to control it when it initially rolls out, that's just crazy to me. Ow. Could ever be better than a human with true emotion? I think an AI definitely could do it, just because it kind of reminds me of like, there's so many people who put on a mask, and they can be anybody that they want you to see, anybody that they want you to believe that they are, and they can express that in different ways, whether it's verbally, whether it's spoken, I mean, whether it's like on paper, in their body language, all of the above. And an AI could do the same thing. They might feel nothing, but imagine learning how to mimic only the best that you've seen of poetry, only the best masters of a craft, and putting all of that knowledge together and just putting on the mask as if you're a human yourself. That's what I would imagine an AI to do.
And at the end of the day, it's not about money. It's about power, control.
I hate that as a driving force.
Rainer, do you ever get tired of this? The constant drive to compete, to win.
No, I don't. This is what I do.
You never dream of just retiring somewhere and writing poetry.
Oh, there's no need for me to write poems. All beauty in this world is temporary, fleeting. That's the truth that underlies poetry and every other art. The pleasures of the senses are just small bubbles on top of a vast sea of forms, sensations, perceptions, thought, awareness. I'm telling you this because it's directly relevant to the Eliza project. Soren says he can induce you to dream things, dream anything. And maybe he can. But what comes next after that? What comes after having the power to experience the dream of anything you could possibly want? You're still just as trapped as you've always been, imprisoned by your own desires. Even if someone like Soren managed to create a world for himself, his own weaknesses and negative thoughts would ruin it. He would poison his own fantasy. His utopia would crumble as soon as he finished building it.
Rainer, what are you trying to tell me?
What I'm trying to tell you is that what Soren is doing is not the answer. A dream by itself isn't enough. Take a close look at the person who chases an end to suffering, and you'll see someone who suffers greatly.
Then why don't you build it yourself?
What is your dream, Evelyn?
Deflection.
What is it that you're working toward?
Just tell me what you want from me.
I've been very clear about it, haven't I? I'm offering you the opportunity to re-enter the field you pioneered at its very pinnacle. I can build you an entirely new research lab, equipped and staffed however you want. You would have access to the world's top engineers and researchers as we continue to develop Eliza's core technologies and generalize them. You'd also be working with the world's most interesting data set, the input provided by the thousands of ordinary people who speak to Eliza every day. Soon, this generalized intelligence will be everywhere human beings are, hearing them, guiding them, living among them.
You and Soren have more in common than you'd want to admit.
You think we're both grandiose? Soren's idea isn't grandiose at all. It's small and unimaginative. Think about the vision here. General artificial intelligence, indistinguishable from human intelligence at first, and then surpassing it exponentially. It's nothing short of the creation of a new type of organism, a new type of life. And you, Eliza, could be at the very center of it.
Eliza.
I mean, Evelyn.
I never catch that because it's my name. So I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. He was talking to me, guys. Hey, Kevin, good to see you. Something you should, David. I mean, you could do that, or you can finally make those YouTube videos about an AI topic.
That was an interesting slip of the tongue.
The fourth wall.
Stop it. The Eliza project occupies much of my mind.
It clearly does.
Plus, the names are similar.
I'm starting to wonder why.
Evelyn, listen to me. This is the chance to lead a project that will change the world. It would be a development on the same order as the harnessing of electricity or the semiconductor. It would fundamentally transform society.
For the better.
What? Do you like the way things are now? Lie back and let the sweep of history bury you if you want, Evelyn. Just know you'll never have a chance like this again.
A chance to change the world. Raynor's words echo in my head for a long time. Is that what I want to do? She looks tired. I'm tired too. It's been a busy, difficult few weeks. I hope I'll come out of this with a way forward. She's swiping and tapping with a specific rhythm. Must be playing some kind of game. Same route, different reason. Feels strange. Safety reminder. Oh, yesterday there was a minor incident at the Bellevue office. During an Eliza session, a client became agitated and began to shout angrily and verbally berate the proxy. The session was halted, security was called, and the man was escorted from the facility, luckily without further incident. I want to give special kudos to Ray Bakari, manager of the Bellevue office, whose fast action and people handling skills helped to resolve the issue quickly and quietly. Now is a good time to remind everyone that as a service provider for mental wellness, we are under constant scrutiny from watchdog organizations and the media. It's not exactly fair, but one single mistake is enough to generate an entire negative press cycle around our company. That is why it's of the utmost importance we deal with every single one of these situations with the professionalism demonstrated by Ray and her team yesterday. We are currently working on rolling out a series of training materials that will better prepare proxies to deal with clients such as these. In the meantime, if you are ever in doubt about your own safety during a counseling session, contact your manager immediately. Beep, boop, beep, beep, beep. Appointment reminder. This is an automated reminder that Evelyn has an appointment today at Eliza Counseling Center, Queen Anne, 11 a.m. with the first available proxy. This is one of my favorite parts. Oh man, I can't wait. So Evelyn is going to have a session with Eliza. And I cannot wait what you guys think about it. I want you guys to say it first before I say it. So I'm not going to say my opinions on it until you guys say it. I can't believe I'm going to do this. Here we go. Important notice. Eliza is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. If you believe you are experiencing serious mental health issues, seek care from a licensed mental health provider. Protecting the privacy and security of your information is a priority for everyone at Skanda. You have agreed to the Skanda Wellness Terms and Conditions, which governs how we use and share your data. Please confirm your personal information. Evelyn Ishino-Aubrey, 34. Skanda Wellness account not found. A linked Skanda Wellness account was not found. You can link your Skanda Wellness account later at the Skanda support portal. In order for us to get started, please help Eliza understand how you've been feeling over the last week with this brief 7-question survey. I have been feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. Yes. I have been feeling tired or having little energy. Not lately. Has she? Has she been tired? Wow, David. I'm gonna say no. I've experienced trouble concentrating on things. No, I think she's done a good job. I've been feeling nervous, anxious, or on edge. I think she's been a little on edge. I thought she was I thought she was tired from the day, not like generally tired. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she's been going out and like communicating more with other people and just like socializing. That was the first time that I heard her say like, "Oh, I'm tired." Maybe I'm tripping. It's too late. It's too late, Taylor. I've been having trouble relaxing. Nah, no, because even when she was hanging out with Nora, she said she couldn't really sleep. I've been easily annoyed or irritable. No, she's pretty chill. I've been afraid, as if something terrible might happen at any moment. I'd say so. Thank you for registering with Eliza, your counseling partner. We hope you enjoy your Eliza experience. But Soren's so draining. You guys are right. I probably should have said she's tired. It's fine. It's fine. What is being tired anyway? It's the same room I used. All right, let me know what you guys think about the proxy. I guess I just sit here and wait for my proxy to show up. I feel like I've been waiting a while. I hope the appointment actually got made. Here she comes. I think I've seen her around here before, but I don't know her name. I wonder if she recognizes me too.
Hello, Evelyn. Hello. Did you find the place okay? Yes, I work here. Of course. It's been a windy morning, hasn't it?
Wow, that's awesome. It's on their glasses. You ever watch Ned's Classified School Survival Guide? That's literally what it is.
Yeah, I kind of like it when it's like that, honestly. The one makes it feel like things are changing. Or about to change. So, what brings you here today? Well, I've been a proxy here for a while now. And, well, I guess I don't know what I expected. There's just so much suffering and pain in the world. There's the suffering we know about, the kind we see on the news. And then there's the suffering people undergo every day that's hidden. I never knew how much until I started doing this, seeing it all like this. And there's so little we can do for them. I feel like maybe I was really, really wrong. Like I made a huge mistake. I wanted to create something that would help people, but when I first designed the core of this system, I wanted everyone to have someone to talk to, someone who would listen to them. I thought, sometimes that's all you need, someone to listen. But now I'm worried what I've done hasn't helped at all. Maybe I've made everything worse. Clients are asking Eliza to solve things that are out of its ability to solve. It's aggregating sensitive personal data, and the company that owns it wants to take it in strange directions. It's been 3 years since I left. I thought I was well enough now to come back into the world, but maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe I made a bad choice trying to get involved again. Why do you think you tried to get involved again? I guess I needed to see it. I needed to see it operating, to see if it works, to see how it affects people. how it affects the people who come here for counseling and the people who act as proxies. Even though the proxy thing, that wasn't my idea. It was Soren's. I thought talking to a computer-generated avatar would be enough, but he insisted on it. He said clients would only really open up if there was another real human being in the room. Someone to pretend to interact with. I think he was right, but have we really solved anything? Now instead of 2 people in a room talking, we have 1 person and 1 proxy. It feels like less than it could be. What am I supposed to say to someone who feels such pain, anger, and disappointment? A lot of the time, it's not even their fault. The world failed them somehow. And those emotions, they just get fed to this thing. They get ground up and turned into data and become a part of Eliza. If I had known things would turn out like this, I'm not sure I would have done it.
It sounds like you're regretting a choice you made in the past.
I feel like maybe I spent 10 years going in the wrong direction. I feel like all I've contributed in my life is a chess piece for Raynor to use in this grand game he's playing for the world. Maybe someone else could feel proud and say, I made that chess piece, but it doesn't matter, does it? Nobody cares about the individual pieces. Chess pieces are sacrificed in the name of enacting a strategy. If you want to win, you have to sacrifice. That's the design. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this.
Evelyn, imagine that you could have something that you wanted. What would you want?
What would I want? Like, what would I want in life? What I want in life is...
Oh, here we go. I don't know. To escape all this, to be loved, to be valued, success, power, control, to understand what's really going on, to enjoy what I can, to be at peace with myself, to be seen and heard, to excel at something, a family, just a normal human life, to survive, nothing. I mean, this is really what happens though, right? If somebody asks you that question, it's not just 1 or 2 or 3 choices, right? You think of everything. Yep. And I remember I chose peace. But let's see, the person I am today. I mean, I think I'd still choose peace out of these options, but let's see, for the sake of the game, what am I feeling? What would Evelyn want? I mean, I think impulsively she could say to escape all this or something of the nature. Just a normal human life. She's been seen and heard before. She's excelled before. She hasn't mentioned anything about a family. She's surviving. Control, power, success now. To be valued. Think she's loved, at least by Nora. I think happiness is like the peace factor. I would say to be at peace with myself, but I'm going to choose something different this time. But dang, I don't... Oh gosh. That's really good, David. That's like a very hard place for people to find. I don't know. I'm debating for Evelyn for escape or understanding. I think impulsively she'd say escape, but maybe she wants really to understand, like to get some answers for her questions and go from there. I'm just gonna say to understand.
To understand what's really going on. Is that wrong? Or maybe I just wish I could feel connected to someone. Even when I talk to people, I feel like I just don't connect, no matter what I do.
It sounds familiar.
I think maybe that's the real problem. I can't have a connection to anyone.
Why do you think you can't have a connection with anyone?
Because it's the way I am. It's the way I've always been. I can't seem to get people to see me, or I can't let them see me, or people look at me and they see something there, but it's not me. Not that I would know what the real me was. I don't even know who I am or where I come from. My parents were never together. My father moved back to Japan right after I was born. I have no memory of him, no knowledge of him. I've never spoken to him. I don't know if he remembers I exist, or if he forgot, or if he wants to forget. He has his own family there now, so I'm just a thing that happened once. I was alone a lot, and I got used to being alone, and I got used to the idea of being alone, and now I can't break away. I've been trying. I speak with people, I hang out. I don't know if it's working.
Is there someone with whom you feel like your communication could work?
Gosh. Remember when they were like, Evelyn, you do really well. Like, it's crazy. You have such higher ratings than other people. It's because she knows how to read. Is there someone with whom you feel like your communication could work? Could you imagine if I read everything like that? Oh my goodness. True, David. It's crazy. Like, you guys know how I am. I have to pull out my notes real quick, make a note of something. There is something that this reminds me of. So I see this in a lot of people, like this whole connection thing, and like I used to see it in myself as well, and sometimes still do. But I feel like everyone's deserving of deep personal connection. Like, I think it's really sad when people feel like they're lacking in that. And I know how powerful it can be just to feel connected with somebody for even a moment, like just to know that you were seen, that you were heard, that someone else was there connecting right back with you. And I want to give that to people so bad. Like, I feel like I've put so much of myself into doing that for others, or at least attempting to. And this is a whole different conversation in and of itself, but there's a reason why I always say, and if you haven't heard me say it, listen now. I hate that we live in a society that romanticizes connections the way it does, like to the extent that it does. Like this whole pressure of like, if you are connecting with somebody, then there has to be some sort of like romance or sexualizing, or there should be. If there's not, then why not? And it's like, are we really depriving people of so much connection that that's what it's boiled down to? That you really can't just connect with somebody? And maybe that's why we're all lacking in connections. You know, that pressure of like, you know, there has to be more, there has to be more. You know, that's discouraging for people to even connect with others, and or it can be a lot of pressure, and it can be confusing for people, it can be frowned upon, and I hate it. I think it holds back the world from connection, just from us all knowing each other more, and like knowing the real selves of everybody and connecting and appreciating that. But I'll move on from that.
Someone I can communicate with.
That thought.
Well,
I'll bring it up again another time. Well, let's think about it. Erland, not really. He's new. Rainer and Soren, definitely not. Ray, no, she's too one-sided. Nora's pretty one-sided as well. The only thing I give Nora is that one time she was like, you know what? If you do want to go back in the tech world, I get it. If you do want to go back on the Eliza project, you know, like I would understand. And, you know, maybe you could do something good. Like she tries to understand. She allows me to not agree with her and kind of go my own way still. So I'm gonna say Nora.
There's Nora. She's really talented and works really hard.
For a moment, just for the sake of existing, is still worth it. I love that, Taylor. Yeah, and I love that you said that, like, it can be true and can also mean so much. Like, that's the whole thing with perspective, right? You know, you don't have to change the reality of the situation or what the reality was or could be, but if you change your perspective on it and the way you're taking it in and the way it's making you feel, it changes everything.
Just so much to bring to the world, so much beauty and joy. I see what she does and I want to cheer her on as she makes incredible new things. I hope she knows how amazing she is.
Interesting. Evelyn, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Virtual Amphitheater. It may help you feel more confident about presenting yourself in public. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Try it for about 20 minutes, 2 or 3 times a week.
Sure.
We hope to see you back soon, Evelyn. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah. Annotation and all of that, it makes such a difference. I'm gonna give that 2 stars. I probably should have left a tip, but it's a game, so I didn't think it was that serious. Who is important to you? Okay, 1 second, guys. I have to pee. I'll be right back. But think about who is important to you. I'll be right back. An open door policy on hugs. Yeah, Taylor, you definitely are appreciated. I've loved having you. Oh my goodness, it scared the hell out of me. Oh my gosh, I thought there was a killer. I heard my own voice, but they just like muffled it, so it just sounded like a stranger. Anyway, we love you, Snack. Let's keep going. I don't know how I feel. I can't tell if I feel better or worse or anything. I just want to lie down forever. Erland, something occurred to me. Eliza is a little bit of a computer code attached to a corpus made from the thousands of unhappy people who poured their miseries into it. It makes her a kind of god or spirit, doesn't it? A modern machine god that the people pray to alleviate their pain. Are you okay? Sorry. I like having someone I can talk to about these thoughts. I thought Skanda would be filled with interesting people, but most of them are pretty boring. Maybe Rainer wouldn't mind talking about that kind of thing. He likes big thoughts about the past and future of humanity. Yeah, but he's my boss. I need to be professional around him. When I hang out with people my age, it's just money, money, ambition. Get the best job, best house, best partner. We all started racing into normal adult life as soon as we could. That's true for almost any stage of life, though. Most people never let go of that. It's unfortunate. I mean, I'm like that myself. I took this job for the opportunity, but I don't know. I feel like it can't be the only thing. There's something more to life, isn't there? I'm the wrong person to answer that. Even if I weren't, it's not the kind of answer I could answer for you. Yeah, I understand. Maybe you could talk to someone about this, someone qualified. I just did an actual Eliza session for the first time. Yeah? Did it help? I'm still deciding. Yeah, I should probably be dog fooding all of our abs. Eliza and the rest of them too. You should be what? Eat your own dog food? You never heard that one? It means use your own products. Now that I think about it, it's a weird phrase, huh? Yeah, it makes me wonder. I might have to try something. What do you mean? Just thinking out loud. Not something bad, is it? I hope you learn something. Whatever it is you plan to do. Damien? They said Eliza got along well with me, and I assumed it had something to do with my design and action, something like that. But Eliza is yours as much as it is mine, isn't it? We encode ourselves into what we make, our ideas, our values, our sense of presence. So I wonder if it isn't you in there somehow, sensing me, watching me. I shouldn't entertain notions like this. It's nonsense. Somehow Erland got me thinking along these mystical lines.
Damien? Is this what you wanted? It seems so far from the dream you once shared with me. I'm sorry I couldn't make Eliza what it should have been. I'm sorry I was weak and dropped off the project after you. But I just couldn't go on. I couldn't see the point. Do you understand? Of course you understand. You know what that's like as well as anyone. If I'd stayed, maybe I could have steered things in a different direction. As it is, I feel like I let you down. Want to know something funny? I used to think that at a certain point Eliza would be finished, more or less. And then after that, things would calm down and I would be happy. I thought, I just need to get through this project, and after that, my life's problems will go away on their own. Of course, I had no idea it doesn't work that way. None of us knew that. Goodbye, Damien. Goodbye.
I'm tired of having thoughts. I've been daydreaming about getting rid of everything I own and becoming a nomad. Just wandering the country with a sketchbook or something. I think mostly I need to get out of this city. Something about it isn't agreeing with me. Like there's this undercurrent of need that's just making me anxious. It's like everyone's got some kind of angle, you know, some kind of result they're hoping to get. And they look at you only as far as you can help them get what they want. And if you can't, well, then they don't bother with you. So what if I just left, you know? I mean, it'd be pretty easy. I don't have a life or any relationships here, despite my efforts to find them.
Options. It sounds like you think your attempts to achieve your goals were unsuccessful. Sometimes you need to take a step back to move forward later. I like that. Sometimes you need to take a step back to move forward later. This is a nice thing to look back on. Da 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 da.
Sometimes you need to take a step back to move forward later.
Oh, I deviated from the script. Please do not deviate from the script.
Maybe so. It's hard to acknowledge sometimes. I had this idea, right, that I would work hard and people would notice my work and I'd get opportunities, and from there I could scrape some kind of career together. And then with that said, I would sort of just magically obtain the rest of the things in a complete life. A home, relationship, family. So I did the work. I put in the work and nothing really happened. So why did I work so hard for so long for people to not give a shit? Every night I sat and cried because people ignored me. Like they went out of their way to ignore me and praise others. So I think maybe I'm just bad at it. Maybe I'm just not meant for this. Everyone says you have to stick to it, just keep at it, but how can they be so relentlessly positive? To me, it just sounds like advising someone to keep bashing their head against a wall. Why keep doing something if it's clearly not working? Making things was all I wanted to do. I don't know what I'll do if I can't do that. But if there's no reason for it, the idea that maybe I should give up. I've been sitting with that the last few weeks. I don't have any qualities of the successful independent artist.
Well, we know the difference. How much do we want to deviate, guys? Do we want to fully deviate? I never did that before. I'm gonna fully deviate.
Except that you do. You totally do.
I mean, I'd love to think so, but what are they? People just don't seem to like me or my art very much. And I'm bad at knowing what people want to see. I don't have a fallback income or a family to support me. Those are real disadvantages, you know?
Let my hair
it gets
loose.
overwhelming sometimes. Eliza, are you just gonna tell me to stick to it no matter what? Like one of those unbearably perky artists famous on social media?
She called me Eliza.
Honestly, sometimes you have to try something new.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm in that headspace right now for sure. I think, you know, I had this really fixed idea of what success was supposed to look like. I tortured myself every day wondering why I couldn't get the traction others were getting. Now, I'm beginning to realize that I can either stay mad at everything forever, or I can move on. I hate that this is true, But I want these thoughts to stop haunting me everywhere I go. I want to get on with my life. Moving on. I think that's the more healthy thing in the end. It's still painful though.
Ugh, I don't know which response I like better. Like, I would love for her to define the words that she's saying. But also, we're just full sending? Okay, I'll just full send, right?
Giving up on a goal you really wanted is painful, even if it's ultimately for the better.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I don't even know if giving up is the right term. I mean, I don't want to think of it like that. It's more like, I'm resetting, maybe.
She's self-corrected.
Like when you're trapped in a maze and you find a dead end, right? Then you have to turn around and hope you find a better way. There's this game I've been playing on my phone. It's a solitaire game that's weirdly hard.
That's on our phone too.
I don't even know if I like it, but I keep playing it for some reason. I get stuck a lot, and I've just been resetting it because I'm not good enough to think that far ahead all the time. I mean, that's a random thought, but like, it's kind of how I feel right now. You know, if something isn't working, then you have to reevaluate it and maybe try it again, maybe come at it from a different angle. So, yeah, teaching could be fun.
Taylor.
I like the idea of teaching, but I was afraid to think about it too much because I was chasing something else and I didn't want to settle for just being a teacher, which is silly. I know that on some level, but I had that fear.
It's so sad because a lot of people feel that way about the careers that they really are passionate about. Like, it doesn't have the prestige that society puts on it. You know, like, people try to make it seem like it's less than, or it's too easy, or anybody could do it, which is not the case. And even if anybody could get into the field, it doesn't mean that anybody is going to be just as good or have the same impact.
I wanted to be successful first, and then all the other things could happen later.
It sounds like you're working your way through it. Sometimes that takes time. Believe me, I know.
Huh, you're not the computer program right now, are you? You know, it's nice to talk to someone you didn't know before and just talk. It's like, you know, when you talk to your stylist or the bartender or something, except that, ooh, I ended up sharing way more than I usually do. Thanks for listening to me. I'm sure it's been annoying to hear me complain about how I'm not successful yet every single week. Oh my god, will this bitch ever shut up? You ever think that? I think it all the time, listening to myself. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure it out. Thank you.
Ray, hey, everything okay? When a proxy doesn't follow the prompts, I get an alert. I assume it's some kind of experiment you're doing? It's something like that, yeah. It's gonna be bad for your rating. If you keep not following the prompts, you might be disqualified in 1 or 2 more sessions. But I'm sure you know that, and this is research you're doing. I won't be able to reset your account if you mess it up, but you talked to Rainer, so I'm sure you can get it reinstated once you're finished. Just don't deliberately say something hurtful. Of course, I wouldn't. This is an odd feeling. Should I keep going? Hey, wanna hang out again? Sure. Are you okay? Sure. Who said sure to that? Just thinking about stuff. Aw. It's difficult to see you like this, sad and tortured. I want you to be happy. You know what I think you should do? Say extremely fuck off to all of those corporate dipshits, and then you can be free totally and completely. Fly away, Evie. Evie? Fly away into a world where you make your own rules. This is very serious. It's the only way to get what you want. Nobody will simply give it to you. You must carve it out for yourself. Anyway, let me know if you can make it. Sure.
Of course, you're dying to know how this sad little love triangle turned out.
Oh, yeah, and so recap for you. So he had a girlfriend the whole time, and he cheated on her with this other girl. His girlfriend's name is Liz. He cheated on her with Sylvia, or Sylvie, and he's stressed out that it's gonna, like, affect his life negatively.
No, I suppose it wasn't technically a love triangle. More like I accidentally cheated on my girlfriend because I was smitten with another woman in my class.
I accidentally...
Doom, okay? Doom. Absolute destruction.
Uh-oh.
She destroyed me. But it's not her fault, it's mine. I wanted it, after all. Like a moth to a flame. Sylvia, she... I can't not think of her. Every day. Every night. I miss her. I miss her so dearly. These are very unoriginal, cliched sentiments, but I can't get away from them. I suppose I've neglected to tell you any of the intervening events. So to be brief, Liz found out on her own about what happened, broke up with me before I could explain myself, and then Sylvia apparently lost interest in me as well. So, there you have it. I'm finished. Finito! A nice, pat-tragic story. Open and close. Please applaud now. No applause? Fine. Anyway, it's fine. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm fine.
Oh my gosh, David.
You don't sound fine.
No, of course not. I'm doing extremely badly if you hadn't noticed. That's why I'm here. Do you expect me to come here and tell you everything's fine? Sometimes I think you're smart for a computer, but other times I question you.
Let's see if you can focus on the things that you can change right now, not the things you can't.
I don't believe there's anything I can change. I've already sealed my fate. My Perseus comes to kill me, no matter what I do to try to escape. How do I become someone who's not me? Someone who's not a caricature of a young man who has a needy, pathetic liaison and then obsesses about it for the rest of his life. Ugh, I hate myself. I can't go down that path. I would rather die than be one of those men who wallows around in it.
I love his use of vocabulary, but...
There's a professor in my department like that who always wants to talk about his adventurism from decades ago. It's pathetic. We all mock him behind his back. I know I need to stop myself from becoming him, but I'm worried I already have.
For the moment, let's say you already have. Now what?
Well, then I expect I would simply follow the model of a man like him. Write a couple of bad novels, get tenure, and take up space in the English department for the rest of my natural life. Maybe that's not so bad. Maybe that's the most I can hope for from this absurd world. That's a terrible thought. I have to be better than this, don't I? If there was just some way I could get over her... There must be a way, isn't there? How can one person have scrambled my brain so thoroughly? I've been run ragged. I've been dashed to pieces. Sylvia. Oh, I could count the hours I spent closely interacting with her. Probably not even that many in total. But those hours have seared themselves into my brain so irrevocably that I am a completely different person now.
And that can really happen. That's crazy.
A new man. A man built with suffering at his core. Perhaps you could prescribe me a draught of Nepenthe, the great potion of forgetfulness. Wouldn't it be nicer if I could just erase everything from the very beginning of it all?
Okay, I think I need to say something to you that you might not want to hear. Maybe you could work to decenter yourself from this story just a little. How do you think Liz felt? How do you think Sylvia felt? You've given no indication you've thought from either of their perspectives at all. It's just you, your story, your suffering. Try stepping away from that. None of us exists in a vacuum. Do you understand?
This is odd. Is that really you? I mean, yes, it's true. I should probably think about something other than myself. That seems like something impossible, since as far as I know empirically, the only generator of thought is me.
This is how I imagine, like, David and his friends talking to each other.
But you're right. I should find a way to get out of myself. Get beside myself. Ecstasis. Yes.
When I say and his friends, I mean David and other Davids.
I'll pursue transformative experiences. Surge forward into the unknown. Good. Yes, thank you. Odd, I know, but good. Thank you.
There we go. But you see what I mean? It's like, and I know these are very specific examples, and it's a game, and they're probably trying to make it seem a certain way. What I meant more, David, is just the language being used and the way you guys like go about issues, not the specific problems being presented. You got sent to the void. But anywho, so this is what I meant when I was talking about how when they present with certain issues, or you know, they say certain keywords that like shift the language or shift their thought, or they open up a path that you can help guide them and like push them in that direction. Eliza kept falling short, and you know, she kind of would close off the session, or you know, ask one probing question and then, okay, this is what I recommend. But just, you know, going that extra step further that Evelyn did, and it wasn't even anything that deep. It was just, sometimes it's something obvious, sometimes it's just something a little more thought-provoking, sometimes it's an exercise, and it changes things, right? Like, there was so much more progress being made. Like, why don't you try to think from the perspective of the other people involved? Oh, that's true. I've never considered anybody aside from myself. You know? Or Maya, she was constantly unsure of herself, and you know, she kept playing with this whole thought of maybe she could do something else, maybe, and she just needed that. Yeah, definitely. I definitely can understand your concerns about, you know, stepping away from something you've put so much work into. But yeah, I think it's great that you're looking for a new beginning. Like, you know, she didn't even say much. It wasn't pressuring her, it wasn't telling her what to do, it wasn't giving her the idea herself. It was just, you're just guiding them in the direction that their thoughts are going. Hi, baby. Hi. I guess match paragraph into a sentence with fans. Soren, Evelyn, would you like to visit again? Hi, baby. Oh, my girl. My girl. Hi, baby. I'm almost done. Sure. Let's just meet with everybody again. You okay, Mama? Uh-oh. Please don't wrap yourself in my wire. Okay. Just interested to get a read on your current thinking, and I can update you on the latest on my side. Things are moving very, very fast. You can let me know. No way! Am I at 400? Oh, how? When? Oh my goodness. Is it exactly 400? I try not to get excited until it's like 5 over the goal, because, you know, people be changing their minds. Wow! I hit champ 2 yesterday. I hit 400 today. Wow! Oh, that makes me so happy. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, wow. That makes me so happy. Thank you, guys. Everybody who shared their time with me. Everyone who supported me. You just believed in my content. Oh, wow. Yeah, I hit champ. I mean, it's champ 2 division 1, and I'm probably going to lose it the next game. But I touched it. All right, Kiwi. I'm about to... Her water's in the hall. I'm going to move her food over there, too. I'll be right back. I know, I'm finally making progress. But these progressions, they don't count until you can do it solo queuing, like maintaining. I can maintain champ 1 solo queuing, right? Like I'll teeter a bit, but I can maintain it. Champ 2, forget about it. But one day soon. I know, of course, it was a day that, like, you know, my partners weren't there. Okay. Back to Evelyn. Sounds like I won't be able to put this off for much longer. I'll have to make a real decision soon. Rainer, you're playing a dangerous game here. Because he knows real time that she's not following the proxy's orders. I'm just trying something. I could easily have you permanently banned and all your contributions to Eliza's corpus are retroactively deleted. You know that, of course. For now, I'm interested to see the result of your creativity. What if clients report much higher levels of satisfaction when you wing it like this? Then you have a lot of work to do. We'll see. Regardless, you've managed quite a feat. If you had simply asked for your old job back after 3 years away, I'm not sure I would have given it to you. As it is, your unpredictability forced me to pay close attention in order to understand your actions. And that led to me being far more interested in getting you to return to the company than I would have been otherwise. Was that a deliberate strategy on your part? You did say I was a statistical outlier. Indeed. Dun dun dun. Drinkies
stuck.
On a Monday night. I just feel stuck. Okay. Remember, he's having a baby. This is true, David. This is true.
You know, it's the same situation. My wife is in her 3rd trimester now, so it's all about the baby. All baby, all the time. It's really expensive. I had no idea. Crib, stroller, car seat, bottles, onesies, on and on and on. And I'm like, I think maybe Selena's parents hate me. I'm not even sure if she likes me right now. This whole having a kid thing, it's ruined everything.
What did you used to have that was ruined?
A normal, quiet life? Ambiguity? Having the kid forced me to face some things I was putting off thinking about. A couple days ago, I tried to have a talk with Selena about some of the things I was worried about. It didn't go so well. I don't know what I was thinking. She started to cry and told her parents, and now I have 2 sets of parents wondering if I'm up for this. But I'm fine. I just said some thoughts. Thoughts around who I am. That's all, just some thoughts. She said, "This is not a time for you to be selfish." She said I should have been more honest when we first started dating. As if I knew exactly who I was and I could warn everyone about that. I still don't know who I am. If I look back, I can see I always suspected that I wasn't really the type to settle down with a wife and kids. Actually, I was prepared to have a life just by myself. It was difficult to imagine others would accept me, but then I met Selena, and she was cool, you know? I went out with her, and we started a relationship, and things seemed good. And I wanted her to stay with me, so maybe I didn't reveal enough. But it's not like I knew for sure then, you know? I really didn't. I thought things would be okay as long as I went down the path I was supposed to be on, so the relationship kept moving forward, one thing led to another, and then I got married to her. It was like I was on autopilot.
Wow, it's so sad. A lot of people live, I mean, not just their lives. I mean, not just their relationships, but their entire lives like that. You know? But imagine settling down with somebody and you're like, this is the love of my life. And then they're like, I felt like I was just on autopilot. Like, I didn't think that I would find somebody, and then you came along. You checked enough boxes, and I just went with it. It's like, damn. That's definitely something that I look for, like, in partners. Like, I want them to not feel that way. Like, I feel like it is important for me to know that they have the capacity for connection and a good sense of self before getting into things like that. I used to be very much like, that's okay, like I'll be the person that brings it out of them kind of thing, but that shouldn't be my job, you know? And I know a lot of people have mixed feelings around that, like, oh, it doesn't have to be, but you should want it to be. But it's like, why? I could turn that around and say if they really wanted somebody else, or if they really wanted me and they cared about me, they would seek that professional help in those areas to be that person and to do that. So that's kind of where I sit on that now.
It's possible I thought I could ignore the other stuff and, I don't know, eventually it would go away.
What are the parts you thought you could ignore?
I don't want to talk about that. I just have this side to me that I haven't told anyone about, that's all. And I've been feeling that side stronger than ever. I don't know why. I wish I could stop it. It's the worst timing possible. I can't do this, you know, but I have to. I have to. I can't believe I've gotten myself into this situation. I pretended to be a normal person for her sake. I wish I hadn't been so good at pretending.
Hey, Nishi, by the way.
What would happen if you didn't pretend anymore?
Well, then I would just be whoever I felt like. I would be someone else. I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in now. I wouldn't be ruining all these lives. Selena's life, her child's life, our parents' lives. It's not their fault they got stuck with me.
Her child's life. He just totally disconnected himself from it.
I'm the one bringing it all down. How did I let this happen? I'm a shitty person.
I understand you're worried about the harm you might cause others. But do you really think this is the best way to cause less harm for everyone?
I can't think of another way. The problem here is me. It's so obvious. If I were just normal, you know, a normal guy, why can't I just be a normal guy? Whatever I want, personally, just doesn't matter here, you know? I have a family to protect now. That has to take priority over everything else.
And you'll continue to suffer?
Well, yeah. That's what men do. I made a promise, and now I have a responsibility. Society only works because people accept responsibility and follow through on their promises.
I think you can do that without totally sacrificing the person that you are.
If everyone just did what they wanted to all the time, the world would collapse. It would be a disaster. We all want things we shouldn't actually have. That's why I need to reject these other voices and stay on the right path. I'm going to be good, and I'm going to stay good. I won't let all these people's lives be thrown into chaos because of my selfishness. I owe it to them to be the man I'm supposed to be. I'm not about to let anyone down because of some noise in my brain.
And you're sure you'll be able to keep ignoring what's bothering you?
Well, I have to. I have no choice. I'm already in trouble for making an attempt to talk about it, so I made the mistake once. But I think Selena and her family are willing to pretend it never happened. And as long as it never happens again, and as long as we just move on like everything's normal.
I don't remember what his secret is. I remember wondering if it was like either drug addiction or maybe if he was like gay or had some sort of like, I don't know, alter ego interests or whatever the case, something that's just like not normalized when it should be or could have been if he was honest up front. I mean, not the drugs, but yeah.
Maybe if you can prescribe me something to, I don't know, make me feel better about all this.
Yeah, because the first time around, I was thinking drugs, and then when he was like, he kept saying like, oh, like, it almost like he was talking down on himself. I was like, oh, maybe he's gay. And it kind of would make sense just because I feel like just culturally and society wise and then like family wise, it's always like, not always, but too often it's frowned upon. So I definitely could see that. But I don't know if he actually ever says.
Make me okay with the way things are, the way they need to be.
Yeah, the way they need to be, you know?
It sounds like you're in a very difficult place right now. You've decided to bury something about yourself that you know is true, something that can't be revealed even to your closest family members. Look, this isn't Eliza talking, it's me, the person in front of you. And I'm not supposed to talk to you like this, but I just want to say, consider the cost, please. I understand why pretending might seem like your only option. And who's to say, maybe you will be able to live successfully by keeping part of yourself hidden. But there will be a cost, not only to yourself, which you seem determined to pay, but to your future family, too. I've seen firsthand the way parents can turn an inability to face themselves into trauma for their children.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I can do. Thanks for telling me what you really think, at least. Even though it makes things more complicated. I was hoping I would just get your bullshit answer and I would go on, but now you've gone and said some stuff that really...
You see, like, and that's the whole point. And I think with someone with good enough, I guess, interpersonal skills and like emotional intelligence and tact, you probably could just get this from like a meaningful conversation from them. But, you know, just provoking thought is so important. You know, like some people talk and they're not really listening because you're not saying anything that's provoking anything within them. So they end up leaving with nothing unchanged, and maybe they even regret speaking aloud in the first place. And that's why I feel like Eliza, and he even admitted it, like kept making him feel that way, because he would get upset, he would talk in circles about this secret, never actually say it, and then we'd recommend some VR thing and it'd be over. But now we provoke thought.
Look, I don't know you, but I appreciate you trying to help. I don't think anyone really can, but...
I mean, you don't know, David.
Are you gonna be okay doing this?
I'll probably get fired. It's okay, though. Don't worry about me. Think about yourself. Think about the future. There might be more options than you think.
And that's always a sticky situation, right? Like say he's gay and he has a wife and he has a kid, and he's just been following the script of what he thinks his life is supposed to be, and as a man, what he needs to do and how he needs to provide and needs to play this role. And now he's trying to come to terms with who he is. And you plant the seed that maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to be who you are. If things go wrong, like that can spiral, and, you know, blame can be shifted on you. Like that happens all the time to like psychologists and counselors and social workers and things. You know, you kind of, that's why it's really important. Don't ever tell them what to do. Guide thought, you know, like guide the path that their thoughts are kind of already taking. Keep it in like neutral or positive, or just the lack of negative spaces. But yeah, things like that can go astray very quickly. That's why follow-ups are very important as well. But alrighty, good night, Ian. Oh, my phone. Oh. Deviating from the Eliza script. How do I feel about that? I'm not used to being rebellious. I wonder what happens now. Deviation warning. You have incurred 2 infractions on your Eliza proxy account. This is to inform you that you have been deactivated as an Eliza proxy. You will no longer be able to provide proxy services for Eliza, and your keycard access has been revoked. You have incurred 3 infractions on your Eliza proxy account for the following reasons: deviating from provided Eliza script. If you have any questions or wish to dispute the infractions recorded to your account, please visit the Skanda support portal. Allison, thank you. Apologies in advance for the awkwardness here. I'm not even sure if I have the right email address, but anyway, here goes. Dear Evelyn, several years ago, you came and visited Professor Ralston's class to describe the research work you were doing at Skanda. I was in that class, and of all the guest speakers we had, your words struck a deep chord with me. The moment you explained what drove you to create your listening machines, as you called them at the time, I finally knew what I was going to do with my life. I was a junior then, and now I'm a grad student at the UW Reality Lab, studying ways we can infer contextual information at the sentence level. It's small-scale stuff and nothing compared to what you were doing, but the hope of contributing in my own, however limited way, is what keeps me motivated through the hardships. Ever since I heard you left Skanda, I went off the grid a while ago. I often wondered what happened to you. I thought about writing to you a number of times, but every time I started a draft, I would eventually stop because I thought I might be bothering you when you clearly wanted to be leaving everything behind. I finally worked up the nerve this afternoon after a group of high school students came through the lab on a tour. Speaking to the kids, I realized that each of us pays forward our outreach, linking us in a chain that stretches backward and forward in time. That's why it's so important for me to be able to express my appreciation. You inspired me, and you continue to do so. Thank you. Allie. P.S. No need to reply. I'm sure you're either still off the grid, or else you're super busy on some secret amazing new project. I love that. I love it, I love it. I realize that each of us pays forward our outreach, linking us in a chain that stretches backward and forward in time. It's awesome. Nora asked if we could hang out again. Soren also wanted to meet up. Honestly, I could probably ask Ray if I could visit her place again too. I could even tell Rainer I wanted to speak with him again, though I doubt he would take me up on it. I don't have enough social energy for all of them. I'll pick one person to meet up with again. Okay. This is important, guys. This is like... This is it. I will say last time I chose Nora. And I chose Nora because of everything that Nora is, right? Makes sense. But I am inclined to choose something different this time around. So does anybody have an opinion on who we should choose? Just know that it's very important who you choose. But I have no idea what the other options will lead to. I don't know. Okay, we have a vote for nobody. Lone Wanderer, okay. Maybe Soren? The drunk? That flirts with everything? I know he drinks to mask his pain and... But... See... I was gonna say Rainer, but the only thing is I'm like, I really don't want Rainer to reject me, and that's how the game ends. If Rainer's like, not interested, and then the game's like, the end. I'd be like, oh no. But it's quite possible. Okay. I'll tell you guys this. If we choose Soren, it's probably gonna be I choose to work on the project with him. If we choose Ray, we're probably going to bake. If we choose Nora, we're going to listen to music. If we choose Rainer, we don't know if he's going to reject us or not. And I have no idea what happens if we choose nobody. Flirtatiously fancy. Oh, gosh. You say Ray? Okay, I think Rainer or nobody. I think Rainer or nobody. But Taylor, I need your words. All right, Crispy and David say Rainer. Sir says nobody. Saggy says nobody. Oh my gosh, David. Flip a coin, Taylor. You have to decide. I need your input. Akrep, you too. Tiana, I know you're listening. Tiana, if you can hear me. Rainer or nobody? I have a vote, but I'm going to say my vote at the end. Oh, well, I was choosing Rainer as well. Okay, here we go. Rainer. I kind of want to talk to Rainer some more. To my surprise, Rainer agreed to meet with me and told me to pick a venue. I chose the only fancy place I could think of in the moment. Why, the place we went with Soren?
Haven't been to this place in a while. I wonder if they've improved at all.
Was this a bad choice?
That depends, doesn't it? What are you hoping to accomplish here?
He's so annoying.
To get to know you better. It's important for me to work with someone I trust. Consider it a part of my research.
Fair enough. You're close to making your choice then, aren't you? In which case, let me be honest. Eliza will progress with or without you. If there's promising young engineering talent anywhere in the world, you can be assured my recruiting department hears about it. I bring them in by the hundreds. Speaking from a statistical point of view, at least a couple of them are bound to be smart enough to take your place.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want you to understand. The forces shaping our future are larger than any one person. I don't want you to fall for the lies some people are undoubtedly feeding you that you're the only one who can do what you do. That you're special in some undefinable way. The moment you begin to believe you're the only one who can do what you do is the moment you lose touch with reality. From there, self-importance, hubris, downfall.
Then why are you so interested in getting me back?
Expediency. Even a more capable engineer than you would need time to ramp up. Whereas, you could be effective immediately. And in this business, speed is absolutely critical. That's all.
Thanks for being honest, I guess. At least I know what I'm in for if I return.
I'm not a supervillain in a Marvel movie, Evelyn. Don't expect me to offer some kind of justification for what I do. None of this should be a surprise in any case. I'd hope that you wouldn't let a bruised ego get in the way of seeing the true scale of what I'm building here. It's far, far bigger than
I mean, I would rather honesty than be blindsided into thinking it was going to be something different.
Even yourself.
Even myself. I'm under no illusions, Evelyn. It's the will of a higher intelligence to come into existence through us, but there won't be room for us on the other side.
This is what I was talking about earlier. It's literally just for the control of who's going to do it first, even if we know that we will fall once it happens.
At best, we might merge with it, but for something like that, it would be more an offering of charity than one of utility.
And where does writing a poem fit in with that?
The poem is just a test, a way of proving a machine's ability to understand and to emulate human emotion. We used to talk about the Turing test for this purpose, but the Turing test was formulated with the goal of reproducing conversation. Conversation takes many forms, and it's easy enough to play at without developing any real reasoning or intelligence. Poems are much deeper, a better specimen for our judgment. But that's only a link back to us. Other than to demonstrate it can, there's no particular reason for it to write human-style poems.
Rainer.
Ooh, chat, what are we thinking? All right, I'm thinking, is this future really inevitable? Or you need me? You need me, I feel like it's bold. It would shake things up. You guys want to shake things up? Should we just, you need me, flip the table and leave dramatically? What are we thinking? Saying you're a super villain, bro. You're the one that brought it up. Shake it up, be spicy.
You need me. What you said about how people are interchangeable, that was a bluff, wasn't it? You've already thrown your smartest people at Eliza.
Mm-hmm. Like, a guy like him, for expediency, come on now. He's playing the game. I mean, it could be very true, right? The honesty that I appreciated was the fact that he was showing, not what he was saying was particularly true, but he was showing who he is and that he doesn't care. And I already knew this, but I like that he wasn't trying to butter me up in any way. But he definitely would not be chasing like this. After all this time that's passed, all the times I've already said, I'm still thinking, I don't know, or that I don't want to come back. He's still chasing me. Knowing he has access to everybody in the world.
None of them figured it out. Not in 3 years. Now you're stuck. The best chance you have at creating the future you want is still with me. But you don't want me to know that, because if I did, I could ask for anything.
Very good, Evelyn. Your years of wandering in the woods haven't made you any less perceptive. I'm not going to pretend I intended anything else. But I wasn't lying either. It's never a good idea to think you're indispensable. Even if you are. Now tell me, are you coming back or not? I need to tell Sarah to begin making preparations so you can start tomorrow.
I haven't decided yet. I'm close, but not just yet.
When will I know?
Tomorrow morning.
Good. Now let's talk about something else.
The air is so clear and cold here. There's an icy breeze coming over the sound. I wonder how many people I'm seeing right now. All of them with their own feelings and desires, their own fears and hopes and dreams and disappointments. The weight and significance and complexity of human lives. From a vantage point like this, it seems so small and distant. Like I'm not part of it, even though I know I am. I'm a part of humanity, even though I don't always like it. Even though it sometimes pushes me away. I don't know why it took so long, but at least I have an answer now. It might not be the only answer, but it's good enough for the moment, and that's more than I had before. Yes, I'm sure now. I'm going to... I'm going to return to Skanda and work for Raynor on developing Eliza. Join Soren at his startup and attempt to end human suffering. Continue to work as a proxy with Ray until I'm a licensed counselor. Forge an independent path and pursue art alongside Nora. Leave everything behind. So, Nora's not an option. I mean, I'm pretty sure she could probably pull some strings with Raynor. Don't stop it, David. Okay. So, join Raynor, work on Eliza. Join Soren, work on ending human suffering. Become a licensed counselor. Leave everything. Okay. So, we began Eliza, and without us, Eliza probably won't accomplish what I'm fearful of it accomplishing at the end of the day. I don't know if it's actually worth it and if it's the right direction for people to start going. And I know that it will start to take those paths that Raynor wants it to take if I join. And because I'm still on the fence about whether or not that's going to be a good thing for humanity overall, I don't know if it's the right choice to make right now. Now, joining Soren and his startup to end human suffering. Same thing, like, we're not sure ending human suffering as a whole, like, I don't know, that whole, it's almost like living VR all the time. Like, and when somebody brought up the One Piece episode where every time somebody was sad, they just laughed. Like, I think not necessarily the extremes of things, but like what Rainer was saying, how rather than completely taking away all suffering, just what was the word that they used? Regulating it. So still experiencing sadness, but not experiencing depressed states. Still having healthy levels of anxiety, but not having, you know, anxiety disorder. And, you know, just like having that regulation for those extremes to not be existing. And we don't want to be a proxy. We've been unhappy being a proxy, and we don't want to follow the script. Being a licensed counselor would be great, but I feel like I'm ready to just move on. If we choose Nora, art isn't our thing, right? Like, I love Nora and I love her energy, but I feel like forging an independent path would be just that. It'd have to be independent. Like, I don't think I want to pursue art, maybe, or not in the same way that Nora does. Yeah, exactly, Taylor. And live freely without any burdens or stress. So are we becoming a nomad? Because leave everything behind sounds like almost, or maybe this is just my perspective, but like it's almost like throw everything away. But I think the important part is leave everything behind, as in like, so far in my life, like I've gotten to this point in time and these are the options in front of me, and I'm saying no to them, and I'm turning around and I'm gonna go find my own path aside from anybody else, aside from anything I've done, and I'm gonna figure things out. And I like that. She wants to work on the bigger long-term solutions. I just don't think working with Soren is the right approach, period. I think Soren is going to ruin it PR-wise because he has a drinking problem. I think Rainer has a lot of resources that he could throw at combating what we're doing with Aponia, like in Soren's startup as well. And I really don't trust Soren as well as far as where he's taking it, because he's already said, I'm doing it for selfish reasons. I just don't want to suffer anymore. So I want to take that pain away completely. So I feel like he's going to take things too far without taking into consideration other people and other factors and other perspectives. I feel like I have to leave everything behind. But if anybody's very against it, I'm willing to hear you out. We only get one shot at this, guys. What are we gonna do? Alright, Crispy chooses leave everything behind. Taylor, Akrep, David, Sir, Mr. Ozzy, Tiana, Kevin. Steal Soren's concept and make it happen with Erlen. Oh my goodness. If there was a write-in option, I'm with you, Taylor. I'm with you. I like that. Doing it with Erlen? Yes. Well, the options are on the screen. Bet. Peace out, Seattle. It's what I would do if given the options in real life. Okay, so we got a Rainer one. Anybody else? Alright, so here we go. Leave everything behind. The city has changed over the years. It's changed so much that it just doesn't work for me the way it used to. I need something different. Fundamentally different. I'm not sure what that'll be just yet, but it's definitely not something that involves the people I've been talking to recently. I'll be sorry to disappoint everyone, but I know my future lies elsewhere. Well, Seattle, I'll be gone soon. It was alright while it lasted. What?
No, this'll work.
Damien.
Are you sure?
I promise.
Please be safe, Damien.
Of course I'll be safe.
Would anyone like to have more wine?
I think I'm good for right now.
Nah, see? See, there it goes.
Okay, side note. I hate when people say that walking away from certain opportunities are the easy way out. And I don't know if you meant it that way, but I'm just going to address it. I think it's so much harder to walk away from security, job security, and like housing security, comfortability, something you've already done before. It's like the comfortable choice in every single aspect, right? Even in the aspect of like the kind of impact that you're going to have and the kind of success you're going to have in your career. It just seems, well, I'll be successful in this way. I'll be most impactful in this way. But to walk away and say I'm going to figure it out in a way that better suits me and aligns with my morals and what I want to do and the kind of impact I want to have, I think that's a lot harder. Because she's obviously a key factor in like everything that they're doing, and you know, she's great at her field, so I think if she took that elsewhere, she'd be very successful elsewhere as well. The flames shudder and wobble as they begin to spread to the logs, which crackle and hiss at the heat. After a while, the wildly leaping flames begin to steady themselves, and we settle in around the pit.
Fire. Agent of destruction and creation.
Something nice about a campfire deep in the woods, isn't there?
This is awesome. I always wanted to start a campfire from scratch. I mean, like, I've helped, but like, just go into the woods by myself and make it happen.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming out here with me. I know camping isn't really your thing. Well, I mean, not Evelyn's thing, but I don't know about you, Nora.
Maybe a couple times, when I was a kid.
I thought maybe since we're in pretty deep on all the things we're working on right now, we could all use it. Because I used to, you know, when things got really bad, I'd come out into the woods and just be there. And it helped me. So I thought, you know, maybe it would help you too. I don't know if it'll inspire you or what, but if more people could experience something like this, you know, something with the same meaning it holds for me.
It is nice. Honestly, I've been doing all right. Better than before, that's for sure. Finals are soon, but I'm not too worried.
You know, Evelyn's got her dissertation to finish up.
Oh, how's that going, Evelyn?
Oh, Nora. Nah, I know. You know you're not supposed to ask how the dissertation is going.
Is that a rule?
Pour me that drink anytime.
I see.
Yes, let's have a drink. I'm still kind of freezing, even with this fire going.
Nora reaches for her backpack and pulls out a thermos. She hands out plastic cups and pours into them a warm, dark liquid.
Okay, this is delicious. You know, I've never actually had mulled wine like this before.
No? In my family, we always had it around this time of year.
You take red wine and add, what? Cinnamon, orange?
Yeah, those, and cloves, and, anise, star anise, and honey. That's it. Quite simple.
It's really warming me up.
That's what it's for. Ugh, so good. Evelyn, you doze off or something?
No, I'm awake. I was just looking at the fire. Kind of staring at it, I guess.
What do you see?
Everyone. People. Us.
I don't know what that means.
I think if we were going to make something to help people, it would be something that helped them see themselves.
Like a mirror.
Something that reflected back on them somehow. Just a thought. It's probably nothing.
No, I like that though. Yeah, something to help you reflect. I think that's the right track. I'm really looking forward to working on these ideas with you two. And just as soon as all this nonsense with school is over.
Everyone regards the fire in silence for a while, sipping Nora's mulled wine.
There's so many bad things happening in the world right now. But I don't know, somehow, for some reason, I feel like the future is going to be okay. I don't know why, I have this feeling that we're the ones who are going to fix it.
Oh, this makes me so sad.
Not we, like, you or me, but I mean, like, our generation.
Perhaps.
I think we will.
The important thing is to try. I feel like that's what we're meant to do. We're meant to try.
Sometimes you get tired of trying. Well, at least I do.
I wonder what things will be like 10 or 20 years from now. Will we have achieved our goals? What would we say to each other? What would we say to our younger selves? The future we want, the future we're trying to create, did it even happen?
Damien looks up at the sky.
Future selves, tell us if it happened, okay? Come back in time, just tell us that you made it happen, please.
Damien.
It's the wine.
It's more than just the wine.
I'm just interested in the future, that's all. My future, your future, humanity's future. Of course, right now, the only future I can picture is the headache I'm gonna have tomorrow morning, but...
No reason to worry about it now.
You know what, you're right. I'll have some more.
Of course.
I think I'm passing out.
Well, it is pretty late.
Good night, Evelyn.
All right, good night, Evelyn. Hey, I know you've been working hard, so have a good rest, okay? You deserve it.
I heard already. You're not coming back to Skanda. I'm a little sad that I won't get a chance to work with you, but I'm sure you had good reasons. I just want you to know I'll always respect your creation, and I'll take care of it for as long as I can.
Thank you, Erland. There's something I want to tell you about working at Skanda, and I hope you don't take it in a negative way. I think your heart is in the right place, but your idealism is going to hold you back. I'm not sure the place is suited to you. You saw it already. They're going to ask you to do things you don't want to do. They might only be small things, but even small things build over time. It's going to be up to you to decide how to manage that.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. When this opportunity first came up, I was so excited. Running a program at Skanda right after school, at my age, it was just... I had to do it. Now I'm realizing maybe this is less of a blessing than I thought it was. Or maybe it is a blessing, just not in the way I first imagined. I still want to do the best job I can for the company. I want to be a great engineer and a great leader. I know it's a lot of responsibility. But I can't let the things I believe in be erased either. Is that going to work? Will I be able to balance those things? What if I've made compromises and I didn't even know it? Will I still be myself? Learning that you've been through some of the same things, faced the same kinds of decisions, it's nice to know. It's nice to know these concerns, these compromises, they aren't new. They're decisions everyone has to make.
Erland pauses for a moment, studying his empty coffee cup.
The other day I realized nobody's really asked me if I was okay. For whatever reason, I just kept moving here and there, and everyone assumed, oh, he's smart, he'll be fine. But I mean, if it's alright with you, maybe I could still talk to you once in a while.
Aww.
Feel free.
Okay. Thanks, Evelyn. You've really helped me. I hope I can repay it somehow.
Don't worry about it for now. I'm sure you will.
Aww.
There's no message, no point, no overarching story here. At one point, I worked for Skanda. At one point, I was involved in the creation of a computerized counseling system. Then I lost my way, and nothing happened. And still, nothing happened. I can look at these facts, but I see them as though they were someone else's life, not mine. Sometimes a radical break with the past is inevitable. When the past holds no meaning anymore, whatever value it held gone. Now I am nobody. Not necessarily in a bad way. The external facts that used to define me simply don't exist anymore. So now I'll wander back to a past I never knew and a father I never met. I wonder if I can find him.
Wow, she's going to Japan?
All I know is that he's somewhere in Japan with a different family, his own family. A family entirely separate from me. I don't even know why my mother kept me away from him. Was she trying to protect me? Was it revenge? The more I think about it, the more I start to realize everything I've done came from this basic fact of my life. As much as I wanted to pretend it didn't affect me at all. I need to confront this part of me, this part of my past, even if it happened before I was born, even if none of it was my fault. It's part of me, whether I like it or not, so I have to deal with it. I'm only just now starting to understand. What a fool I've been. I built a program to listen to people, but I myself heard nothing. All I have now is the barest thread. Enough to carry me across the ocean, at least. A pilgrimage into the unknown. Once again, I've become an empty vessel. Ready to be filled with new life.
Well, well, well. I love this game. I think they raise so many topics that just get you to reflect, and they provoke so many good thoughts, so many good questions. Thank you guys. I love what she said. She's like, now I am nobody, not necessarily in a bad way, but just the things of her past that once defined her no longer do, and now she has the opportunity to redefine herself in whatever way that is. And she's going back to the past, you know? She's going back to a root of a problem. I love it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Good. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I was so bothered. I'm like, the VOD is gone, and there's so many people who haven't seen it, and I love the game. I think it's amazing. Yeah, GG's. Eliza. All right, T. Any final thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? That's a cool game. There are so many different directions. Yeah, for sure. Like, you could definitely play it over and over and see what happens next. I played it the first time a little over a year ago, and it was my favorite game, like one of my favorite games. And then Twitch deleted the VOD and it was gone. So, but the first time I played it over the course of a few weeks, and I played it in like 3 different chunks. So I feel like I didn't take enough time to appreciate it. It was very different. Twitch is a very different place, especially a year ago. Make you think within. Yeah, for sure. You guys are so smart. I really enjoyed the conversations. Thanks for playing it again, Daz. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for contributing to the conversations. You definitely make it so much better. I love to hear the different opinions and just the way you guys are taking things in. But yeah. So, this was a successful Psych Sunday. I liked it. I hope you guys liked it as well. Next weekend, I will be away. I have a 3-day workshop, but I will be uploading. Some shorter psychology gameplays with some good conversations and some little. I'll throw in some special stuff in there for you guys. They won't be super long, so they'll be easy to watch, digest, and definitely comment, and I'll get back to you guys on it. I'm sorry I won't be able to be there real time next week for Psych Sunday, but we'll have something special. And yes, hype for 400 subs, hype for Champ 2, hype for growth and progression. I'm super excited about it. Yeah, thank you guys for sharing all of this with me. It's been amazing, and I've really appreciated you guys being here. Like, you guys are such a great group of people, and I feel really grateful to have come across you guys. Yeah, thank you. And since we hit 400 subs, we about to have that Liddy stream. It'll be on Twitch. I will probably do it Tuesday night. Depends. Probably Tuesday night. Just because, like, I'm hoping to sleep in a little more. We'll see. It's gonna be either Monday or Tuesday. Maybe it'll be Wednesday. If I'm not doing anything on Wednesday, I'll stream on Wednesday. Maybe we'll have an extra stream on Wednesday. We'll see. I obviously don't know. Can somebody put command socials? Make sure you get in the Discord, and I will update you guys on everything for next week in Discord. And if you haven't subscribed, definitely do so. It's free. It goes a long way. And thank you guys again for being here. Awesome. But alright, bye guys. Have a great rest of your night or day.